Knock, no chug, maybe get record. Hold up. Give me check. I don't have my timer either. I actually have no idea what I'm at. Alright, I'm at... Hold on. One second, I don't... $147. Okay, so live. $147. 24.45. 5.40. Alright, 400 babies, let's go. I know, 400 babies, yay. Oh my Graves, I lucked out so much last night. So I had 2 villagers I was bringing back to my base, or 2 zombie villagers. I cured both of them in the same boat, but because I didn't know that they cured at different times, only one of them actually lived, because one cured before the other, and so the zombie villager killed the other villager who was still in the boat. And so I only was left with 1 villager. I was gonna have a mending villager and an unbreaking 3 villager. I don't even need that though. I don't even need that. I got my mending villager, and that same villager had a smite 2, and then there was an unbreaking 3. That same villager had both. So, I lucked out. Yeah. So he's now trapped for all eternity. Oh, 147 hours. I don't even know. Hold on. Are commands working again? They are. Cool. 98, 99, 400, 401. So 402 or 403 will be dogs. It's going to take a little bit. This feels so weird to play. I'm going to down. Zogs? Yeah. This feels so weird to play right now. I haven't actually touched, like, the game in so long. Very soon, get ready. Let's go. Me, and Grave got a mending villager that trades paper for emeralds. I got a mending villager that also has unbreaking 3 in it. So unbreaking 3 and mending are on the same villager that I cured. He sells books though for for emeralds. So, top that one. That is. We have Smite 4. I have Smite 2. It's mending for like 7. So I cured him. Our guy sucks balls. Smite 4 poop. Smite is so overrated. Smite is genuinely so overrated. Sharpness is better, you know. Ours is 20 emeralds, probably like a max trader. I don't know how many mine. So mine is, I think, 17 emeralds. I want to say it's 17 or 18 emeralds for the mending, but then it's like 38 emeralds for the unbreaking 3. Here's the crazy part: I cured this guy, and he still is kind of being a pain and not giving me good trades. But I'm not going to pass up a mending and unbreaking 3 villager, so. I'm never going to pass that up. I have a silverfish farm as well. That's what I've been using to get my XP. I'm telling you, do you guys have a silverfish farm on Java that you guys can use? Because if you guys have Sweeping Edge, you might be able to use it just as good. Like 2 hours. So starting from level 0, if I one potion of infestation will get me to about level 55 if enough spawn, or depending on how it hits the armadillos. But that's how I have mine. Use Sweeping Edge at the pigment farm. Okay. See, for the one I use. So I make potions of infestation, and I have 5 armadillos right next to a zombie that are inside of a composter that is on top of a cactus. So basically they're constantly getting like pricked, but because the zombie's near them, they're always in their armadillo shell, which means it will not get, they physically can't die, so they're just endlessly getting hurt. And what I do is I throw a splash potion of infestation on them, and that spawns like 5 silverfish every tick, pretty much. Or not every tick, but every time they get hurt, which is like 3 times a second, 4 times a second. It spawns 5 silverfish, so I'm getting like 20 silverfish a second, and then I have trident killers killing them. That's so immoral. Yeah, immoral though? Okay, and you have a piglin farm? The free armadillo. Oh, free the armadillo. I have 2 that are free. In case I need more, you know? I gotta breed them back up in case something happens. Also, how hard is it for you guys to get tridents on Java? I heard it's like incredibly difficult. I went looking for tridents for about 15 minutes. I got 3. Okay, hold on, no, hold on. I'm actually... Wait, no. 1 second. I gotta show you, It's important, I swear. I got 3 tridents from it. It's not too bad. Hold on. So the world's called Tag Der Toten Ass Survival World with exclamation colon. So here's my villager. Mending for 18 emeralds here. Then he's Smite 2 for 9. 34 is Unbreaking 3. I don't know what this one is. Well, this is like Frostwalker 2 though. Ooh, I'm gonna have to level him up one more time. Hold on, 1 second. Do I have bones? I don't organize my stuff. I don't think I have bones, though. Oh, that's cringe. Here's the weakness potion. But here's pretty much how it works, right? So, Armadillos are in here. Let me actually go put that in. Oh, hold on. Collect the tridents. 1 second. Dang it. There we go. Cool. I don't want that dirt there. I'm kind of picky about that. Alright, cool. So we just do that. Hold on. Java's right there. I'm not pressing that button. No. Cool. So that's on. So all I do is I grab a cactus. I go in here. I place it. The armadillos start getting hurt. I stand here, break this block, and I just throw it. Alright, I may have missed. Okay, I missed. They weren't affected, but you get the gist. You have to like really throw it perfectly in the corner, like right there. I guess that's a downside. That's never happened actually yet. So, well, that sucks. That's a little embarrassing. Yeah, Bedrock has really good reach, yeah. And also, the further you're away from a block, the faster you'll mine it. So, I can mine... So normally, I don't think on Java, you can't insta-mine endstone. But if I'm at... If I sprint forward and start mining endstone at the furthest reach with an efficiency 5, haste 2, beacon and all that stuff, I can insta-mine endstone, which is so nice. Since we can't use TNT duping, so... That's the one thing I wish we had. We don't have TNT duping. Yeah. Like, for our piglin farms, what we have to do is we have to make a huge, like, 22 by 22 portal. And then we have to constantly light and unlight it as fast as you can in the game. And that's how you get the piglins to spawn in. And then you funnel them all into a trident killer. And then you can get triple the loot. Dude, trident killers are the best thing ever. And it's all limited on how good your computer is, or your device is. I've been able to get up to maybe like 12 in a creative world like that, and run them all at the same time, and it works just fine. The issue becomes having dispensers and all that stuff fast enough to physically sort everything. So... or like hoppers and whatnot. Also, redstone is kind of awful on Bedrock, so I don't really use it other than that. Alrighty, I got ammo. Wait, how long do I play today? I wasn't gonna play a lot this weekend. I didn't really feel like it too much, but I do want to put minimum 10 hours in this weekend. So I'm thinking maybe like 6 hours today. That's it. I don't know. Play all of it? Alright. Easy. Because I want to play Minecraft, kinda. Not gonna lie. I work for 3 hours tomorrow, so I'll be able to play a good amount then. Alrighty. Dude, if Drain's still here, when's that rap thing coming? I'm waiting, 22 best farms for Minecraft Bedrock. I don't need a totem farm, I'm not gonna lie. The what? When's the rap song coming? Also, that one thing the other guy made absolutely, like, put mine to shame. On the ZWR Discord in the media. Well, we find it real quick. Hold on. This thing right here. Compared to the one I made, man, it's your Cold War has a 6 GB update today. Oh, let's go. Huge. Not to update it, guys. They're adding a new map. I told you they're adding they're adding tag. They're adding tag to Cold War. I told you guys. Now it just now forced me. Oh. Alright, I'm already kind of bored. I don't know what to do. It's updating Warzone. Let's go. We all love Warzone. "2014 called and wants its genre back." Oh, yeah, that makes sense. This looks like so much fun. It is. It is. You should never speedrun 9 again, and you should only play tag high rounds, Cumsy. I'm telling you. Tag high rounds is where all the fun is. Tired of getting bad RNG? Play tag high rounds. You know? Phil, I don't even want to speedrun 9. Oh, okay. Fella. Oh my goodness. This is good. Yo, when's the round 362 tag speedrun? When's that coming to ZWR? I'm waiting.
They're obviously gatekeeping it.
Oh, I need to continue watching Krups's video. I haven't.
So that you were unable to think at all.
I forgot about this. I completely forgot about this.
Well, when I looked through Furret's 222 Moon game,
Uh-huh.
I managed to find this. So, in Furret's own words, he unintentionally admitted his game was tool assisted, and he did not use his brain at all to get the record. To add on top of that, back in December 2023,
I have no idea what.
Furret would play a Moon game that got to round 218. This caused me to analyze this game, which turned out to be a 2.6% chance of occurring. This luck is obviously possible to achieve, but this begs the question. How come Furret is consistently getting games near 1% or lower? This caused me to check his
I mean, if they're the world record game, you would assume they're going to be lucky, right? Like, no one says, oh, this Minecraft speedrunner got too lucky. And okay, my besides dream. That's like the whole point. They're good because they're lucky.
Previous Moon World record, which is round 213, played back in 2018 to see what his statistical odds were. Although, there was one problem. Furret was missing rounds 1 through 92.
Okay, that's, well,
most crucial rounds of a record. What's interesting is this isn't the first time Furret has attempted to claim a record with sloppy gameplay standards. Throughout the years he's been playing zombies, Furret has consistently posted under players' accomplishments, claiming to have a faster time and saying he's quote-unquote sorry for not posting it. But for some reason,
that's like
he never posted.
That's such a Black Ops 4 thing to do right there. I have the record, but I'm not going to tell you.
Gameplay of that time he claimed to have gotten. What's even more interesting is Furret has posted screenshots of him claiming to get a specific time on the map, but once again, never post gameplay. And what's crazier is even as late as 2023, Furret still does this. To add on top of that, Furret has said he has plenty of speedruns he didn't submit and that he doesn't care to submit them. Again, to care about these achievements so much and put no effort into legitimizing them is suspicious. Unfortunately, Furret isn't the only person who does.
I don't think that's suspicious. I think people just sometimes genuinely do not care. You know. Like, I have a 370 something game on normal. I could be submitting to ZWR. I just don't, though. I still have that game highlighted and everything. I have all the footage for it. I just haven't submitted it. You know. That was done on, I think that's the highest round on Xbox as well. Let me check. So if someone were to say, oh, I have a higher round on tag, you know, on Xbox. Let me see here. Yeah, it'd be the highest round on tag on Xbox, you know. It's not a huge thing to me. I don't know.
Sluya. Sluya and Furret have both butted heads with just about everybody because of their tendency to claim records without footage. However, when Waffler looked at the Dory solo section of the info spreadsheet, he noticed something was a bit off. The data for the Wonderwaff trades shown next to Sluya's dog rounds actually belonged to a player named Fleur. This made Waffler curious about the reality of Sluya's trades, so he counted them on his own to find the odds. Even though 30 rounds of gameplay are missing from the 250, not all of those rounds were trade heavy, and Waffler thinks the 65% odds for the observable trades is probably accurate. However, this one curiosity led to another when he noticed there's a unique pattern to Sluya's gameplay discrepancies. Sluya tends to miss footage of rounds from 150 to the start of instas most often. This is the case for his Kino 235, missing rounds 1 through 163, which he promised to restream, as well as his Kino 240, which was missing rounds 152 through 165, including more, and his Doris 250, which was missing 156 through 165, including more. Since Sluya's games are played on stream and always has audio, that makes him less suspicious in Furret, but since he exhibits a pattern of gameplay discrepancies and can be seen claiming speedrun records without footage to this day, is odd, because it is a clear lack of effort to legitimate the achievements he cares about. Waffler had to ask Sluya why Flur's trades were in the info spreadsheet. In Waffler's own words, he asked, "Is there any information on the trades of this game?" I went to the Doris solo page from infos, and I saw Flur's 246 trade information put next to your 250 games times by mistake. Sluya would then reply by saying, "I didn't track them one by one, and that's why I put Flur's trades for comparison, but my trade average was 20. That's all I tracked at the time." He would then further reiterate by saying, "I just counted the box hits and the amount of trades during that game. Didn't write the amount, but my average was 20 as I said." The 20 average is really close to the number that Waffler observed, but keeping Flur's trades there even after explaining they weren't his is inaccurate. Hell, this shouldn't even be on a spreadsheet called infos. If anything, it should be renamed as misinfos, because that's exactly what it is. Sluya didn't make it obvious on the sheet that the trades belong to Fleur. To add on top of that, the spreadsheet as a whole is filled with inaccuracies. Furret's trades on his 244 game includes teddy bear hits in his trade average. Moreover, it does not include fire sale hits, which do count as actual box hits. Moreover, the amount of box hits in his game is 2,725. Not 2,650. The amount of thunder guns he got from trades was 143, not 140, and his thunder gun trade average was 16.55, not 18.84. Whether this information was intentional or not is up for debate, but there's no denying they have purposely misinformed community members about the stats of their games. Together, with all the other factors, this raises many questions about the legitimacy of their games.
I don't think that does.
But the cheating problem isn't just mathematical. It's widespread within the community.
But, I don't know.
Known cheaters.
Ooh.
Firerim. Firerim was a very interesting player. He effectively started out as a meme. Everyone would stop what they were doing when he went live to watch him rage and complain about RNG. This reputation earned him entire compilation films made in his name by a player named Bagsy. In the following years, he seemed to have pivoted to becoming a fast player, making for entertaining streams with the chance of world records occurring, and finally, he gained respect from high-status zombie players. However, on February 27th, 2022, Firerim would attempt to fake an Ascension game by manipulating his RNG using a stealth patch.
Dang.
However, something unexpected
Kinda cringe,
happened.
dog.
While holding a thunder gun and hitting the box to trade it out, he would get another thunder gun. The reason this proves he was cheating is because it's impossible to get a thunder gun from the box while holding one. This forced Firerim to write up an apology on Twitter, saying how there was no excuse for him cheating and how he was sorry for what he did. Although, there was just one problem. Similar to all cheaters who come clean, he only admitted to this game being cheated, going as far as saying this will never happen again, and it's the first time he demonstrated this behavior. However, that's what Firerim wanted everyone to believe. You see, there was one more thing Firerim was known for, and that was his round 100 speedrun on Ascension, which was the first ever sub 6 hour to round 100 on Black Ops 1. Because of this, a player named Oscar Otter would track Firerim's Thundergun trade average, which came out to be a 3.6 average.
Whoa.
This, and his recent self-expose of using a stealth patch, was enough for Oscar.
Every 3.6 box hits, you get a thunder gun.
It's kind of lucky, man. Not gonna lie. It's a
to
little
call
lucky.
Firerim a long-time cheater. Although, there was not a spreadsheet detailing his odds. so I went out of my way to do just that. Similar to all of the Ascension high round games, I figured out the probability of Fire Emblem's Thundergun, Gersh, and Doll trade averages before multiplying them to find the overall probability of his game. To say I was dumbfounded is a massive understatement, because when I calculated the odds of Fire Emblem's 5-hour 58 Ascension 100 speedrun, it came out to be 0.000005927%,
How many box
or
hits
a
was
1
it?
in 16,871,000 chance of such a game to occur. What's
Alright.
incredible is Fire Emblem was never banned despite admitting to cheating and also having an astronomically lucky game. This caused me to theorize that there is a group of influential players, moderators, and zombie world record admins that effectively insulates players, allowing them to
Okay. I believe this to an extent as well. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of believe that to an extent.
have special advantages if insulated. If a non-insulated player was caught cheating or claiming records without footage,
Not-
game audio,
well-
etc., you can expect a more punishing reaction
Not that part,
than if
though.
an influential player had done the same thing.
Not that part.
And this leads me to the next player named
That part's pretty
Foxoms.
That part's
Foxoms was a
still pretty consistent.
player who potentially wanted to feel the celebration of his achievements, but didn't want to put in the effort. The method he used to claim a round 218 Darius game
ZWC? I wish. If the ZWC like championship thing was for they're not doing another ZWC ever, are they? It ended after the third one or the fourth one. I'm pretty sure an announcement would have been made if they ever did it, if it was Wonder or whoever it was did another ZWC. I remember trying to play against, I remember trying to do the Firebase Z round 25 exfil for ZWC, ZWC4. Whenever that happened, or C3, I don't know which one it was. And that's the one that Ganon was also playing. He absolutely whooped me in that. I refuse to ever try and play against Ganon again. He's too good. I just have a like immense skill issue.
without footage was a montage, writing in the description that it would have been a very fast game if he did not error, which was another fake detail. He supplied the reader with fake trades and times data, missing a sub 6 time to round 100 by just 2 minutes. He also wrote that this game is proof of round 254 being possible on Darius. It was a fate game that poses a new frontier of progress for BO1, which some commenters believed. However, none of these details were widely understood
that's Mole
until
Man. I
Kurt
know that
first
one.
brought the Darius 218 to our attention. Although it wasn't until December 2021, Foxoms
You know
would
what's going
finally
on? I'm pretty. The zombies are forever insta-killable because I'm pretty far into the game, and so I'm just sitting here on a ledge where they only jump up from one spot. They'll sometimes walk around and try and hit me as well, and I'll just press the knife button. This is all I'm going to be doing for the next 285 hours. Long story short, for the most part. So, yeah, I'm watching a video right now. I'm rewatching Krups's doxing, cheating, and lies video to see if it's like still any good today. How it stands. It's not even posted a year ago. It's
publicly
crazy.
admit to cheating, saying he was caught modding on Darius a few months ago, saying he admitted to it, and promised he wouldn't do it again. He would then continue by saying, "I have full gameplay on my PC still, I think, unless I deleted it, cause it's 132
hello, howdy.
gigabytes or some shit. Then how come you didn't upload any footage of the previous records you
This is
claimed
boring,
to
so
have
that's,
reached?
I gotta find
If
something to
storage is that big of an
that's
issue,
somewhat
just
entertaining.
immediately upload the footage on YouTube, release it publicly, then delete the footage off your PC. It's not that hard." Then, Foxons would say, "Curve just hates me because I modded a game on Reese, and now I live in his head rent-free." Yeah, he does hate you because you're constantly claiming records that are cheated. Maybe if you actually played these games legitimately and uploaded the footage, you wouldn't have people constantly on your ass about claiming illegitimate records. What's even
Yeah.
more amazing
That's
is
what I do as well. Whenever I'm bored, I'll go to people's streams, but I can never go to someone who's playing Black Ops 4 as well. If I'm playing Black Ops 4, I can't watch another Black Ops 4 stream because I'm going to hear that audio in that stream and I'm going to think, oh, wait, there's a zombie to my right or there's a zombie to my left. And it trips me up. I can't do it. I got to watch, like, Black Ops 3, 2, 1, Cold War, Black Ops 6, so... Ancient Evil, no perks? Hold on, I'm going to find that real quick. If you're streaming it. Maybe. Is there recommended? Oh, that's cool. Wait, Scott SR. What are they doing a speedrun of? I got ads. Yeah, let's go. Are they doing a 200 speedrun? Wait, doesn't Zombie Guru have that? I'm pretty sure Zombie Guru has that. 200 speedrun all? Let's see here. 200 speedrun on Ancient Evil all. No one has it. That's why. Okay. No one has a 200 speedrun yet. Okay.
Your Butterfinger.
Butterfinger.
Yeah, it's a lot of veggie. And
What?
it turns dark.
Bro, I just joined. What is this?
It's really good. I'm gonna make some, I think. I will be back. BRB food.
What? I just got here and I see like a big pot of beans. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
I love that,
Make some
man.
right now.
That's-
There's chili. I'm about to go eat some.
Oh.
I'll be back.
Oh, okay. W. That's good then. I'm not gonna lie. I actually hate chili. Chili sucks on like the nth degree. I got food poisoning from chili one time, and I haven't eaten it since really. So I hate chili. Is all next month just gonna be tag? Oh, this is gonna be next month, the month after, the month after that, the month after that. Yeah, all the way up until I get to 522 hours. I don't plan on stopping. What the map? All the maps in Black Ops 4, they forcefully like quit. They have it's like a black screen pretty much. They all black screen at about 522 hours. So that's kind of the goal, is to get to that. Are you crazy? I mean, I've been here for 30. I've been here for over 35 hours doing this. So yes, I've been pressing this button. I got to 362 at about 113 hours. So it's been about 30 hours since I've started doing this. So yes, very. I'm on PlayStation. I just have a capture card to put it through OBS. How's it not crashing? Cause there's what's it called? So I have my console's completely disconnected from the internet, so updates, nothing like that will happen. Was all another thing. Oh yeah, there's rest mode on the PlayStation as well here. Whenever I'm done playing, I just put the PlayStation to rest mode and not like fully power it off, and that helps it maybe. I don't know. Xbox never had that type of thing when I used to play it. I know it has like a quick resume feature, but it just never worked for me for some reason. I don't know. So that game crashed a lot actually. I remember keeping my Xbox on for like 6 weeks at a time playing tag. So
despite admitting he cheated a Doris game, Foxoms was not banned. Similar to Fire Rim, he's free to post a
So
record.
but if you have any shows that you recommend, please do let me know, because I'll be here for a while. I started watching You're a Tag Lover. Yeah, no, this is my bread and butter. This is my favorite map in the game. Well, okay, it's my favorite map to high round. My actual favorite map is Blood of the Dead. The best map in the game is Blood of the Dead. I think that's actually my #1 map of all time, Blood of the Dead. I love that map so much. But this map's just better for high rounds, so I play it instead. Yeah. I've probably put a combined total of maybe 800 to 900 hours into this. What about Black Ops 3? It's good. No, Black Ops 3, don't get me wrong. That's an incredible game. For me, it goes Black Ops 4 is the best. Black Ops 3 is right after that. Black Ops 3 is incredibly good. I just like Black Ops 4 more, though, so. No, Black Ops 3 is super good, though. I love it. I remember buying Chronicles so I can play, like, Origins, Kino, and all that stuff back when I was, like, I don't know, 14, 15? That was, actually, no, not even that long ago. That would be when I was, like, 13, 12 or 13. A while ago. Black Ops 3 is solid. Like, Shadows of Evil, love it. Horizon, or all that stuff, love it. Zetsubo, kind of mid. I'm 20, so. Zetsubo's okay. Okay, Gorod Crowley, overrated. Oh, Gorod Crowley kind of sucks, though. I'm not gonna lie. That map is genuinely awful. I don't like it. Theming is really, it's like Voyage of Despair to an extent. The theming is so good. Don't you dare disrespect Zetsubo? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's okay. It has the best Easter egg in the game, I think. Zetsubo has the most fun Easter egg for me. Ooh. So, actually, let me think here. I never did complete the Revelations Easter egg, because I never could complete the Shadows of Evil Easter egg. Alright, disrespecting Goron. That bomb step sucks, man. That bomb step is awful. Right? I had to record. It's not... Look, maybe it's just because I was younger or whatever, but I would have to get my phone out and record the screen to see the order of the bombs. And then I would get the map flipped in my head. So, oh, it shows to go to the left side of, like, the infirmary or something. And I go to the right side because it's flipped on the... Tag came out. I loved it. It was okay when this map first came out. The only reason I actually really started playing Tag a lot was because of Mr. JZM's 410 video he made, where he got to round 410. And, like, I think I could maybe do something like that, because it was a one-window strategy. It seemed pretty easy. That kind of snowballed and spiraled out of control to the point where I'm at now, so.
Not face any consequences because he's insulated. Unfortunately,
yeah,
this
you had that one person who that he put in the video, like the Night Lord or something, whatever his name was, that went on that one big tangent on Discord. He put that in the video. I still love that to this day.
Isn't the end. Starting in 2022,
Yay,
a player named
148.
Unpole, also known as Connor, would grind Ascension and slowly get better. However, in late 2022 to early 2023,
this is allowed for ZWR. It is. It's pushing it to it's kind of pushing the rules to an extent, but it is allowed. Normally you can't do the electric burst strategy where you have electric cherry in your tonic and use a ballistic knife. You can't do that. I still think that's kind of bullcrap. I think you should be allowed to do that, but whatever. Sure. So what you do instead is, on insta-kill rounds, you just sit here with Ethereal Razor, and that's... I have right now... My tonic slot has a Stone Cold Stronghold in it. I don't have Electric Burst at all, but because I have Ethereal Razor, and it's an insta-kill round, it pretty much does the exact same thing. And because the zombies don't technically come from one spot. Like, if I move over to the right a little bit, zombies will sometimes path over on the actual floor here, like that right there, that electric zombie just did. sometimes they'll path over to me like that. So that also means that the zombies are coming from more than one spot. So under the rules, it is technically allowed. Yeah, it's been submitted for a bunch of things before, so it's just specifically using that perk and the ballistic knife is what's not allowed. Insta-kill rounds start at 163. There should be a command for it, actually. Hopefully the commands work. There we go. So that's a list of every single insta-kill round in the game right there. So they start at 163, and that's what all the insta-kill rounds are going to be. So when it starts back over at round like 253 to 1, that's because the round counter in the top left resets. So it's just to help me think about it more. Infinite insta-kill rounds, though, start at round 362 or round 106 when it flips, yeah. So from now on, it's just infinite insta-kill. So this is the rest of the game, yeah. This is all I'm doing for the next foreseeable future. At least until I get to that's it until I get to 435 hours. Once that happens, I'm going to turn on Pack-a-Punch. And then go play in that room for the rest of the game. Because Pack-a-Punch causes the game to crash after about 94 hours. Regardless of what you do. So if you were to start a game up on tag, turn on Pack-a-Punch, and, you know, Pack-a-Punch your weapon and all that stuff, your game will crash after 94 hours. So I have to play with no Pack-a-Punch until then. I'm using elixirs, but I really don't have a use for any of them anymore. The only ones that are useful are equipment and maybe anywhere but here. But even then, I haven't had to use anywhere but here in 30 hours. It's been forever. I have the Tundra gun still. It's not Pack-a-Punched, but getting to infinite instas is that's the difficult part. This part is easy compared to that, because sometimes I've had it multiple times where I'm in a long game. If you shoot an entire horde of zombies, let's say you're on a non-insta-kill round, like, I don't know, 208, which you have to use the Tundra gun to get through. If you shoot a full horde of zombies with the Tundra gun, you have a chance of crashing, and I've done that like 5 to 6 times now. So
progress absurdly
that's
fast,
the
getting top
part.
3 speedrun times for almost all the speedrun categories on Ascension.
Yeah,
Unsurprisingly, it wasn't long before
I did that in like 2 15-hour games. I did it in a 67-hour game. My last game, actually, I got to 366, but I traded out my Wraithfires accidentally from the box for Matryoshka dolls, and so I ended that game. So this is like attempt number 7, probably. I don't know.
he got world records in all of the categories and continued to lower the times. Although unknown to Unpulv, Oscar and Waffler had a sustained interest in Unpulv's games since at least December 2022. They took note that Unpulv frequently covers the top right of the screen using the long outdated ZBC overlay. This is something FireEm used to do as well in his famous Ascension Round 100 world record, with a 3.6 average from before. The reason why this was suspicious is because of a thing called game mod. You see, when you launch a map using game mod, it'll show yellow text at the top right. This is exceptionally important as it shows if a player is potentially running a modified version of the game. Pause for a moment and take in this point. Discoveries are known in private before they are made in public. We don't know how long these cheat methods, ranging from somewhat stealth to being fully stealth, were known in private, and by which factions. This is why the top right area of the screen stays important, even though the stealth cheats may have been circulating at that time. Cheaters, once dead set on the goal of cheating, will do the best with what they have. Non-cheaters, however, don't have the same impulses as cheaters, so they can be made aware of cheats without it changing them. That's why the cheats are best shared publicly.
Yeah, but no, you're fine. You know, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be doing this, just watching YouTube, whatever. A few hours, and I'll go play Minecraft like normal, so.
No, that's fine. Yeah, have a good rest of your time though. Have fun on what was it, Ancient Evil No Perks? I think that's what it was.
Technology is a problem that
have
affects
fun
the
with that, though, yeah.
community, and it can't be solved if the community isn't made aware of it. This caused Waffler to be suspicious, so he would hit up another player named Staris, who was interested in talking about anti-cheat methods. In fact,
No, thank you so much,
Staris
thank
was
you.
developing an anti-cheat. This quickly caused him to develop a
shiver me
lengthy
timbers.
conversation, talking about ways to detect cheaters, mainly discussing patching and the ways it could be detected. This eventually led them to discussing stealth patching. Stealth patching is exactly what it sounds. It's completely stealth. You can have game audio and not worry about sound bugs or additional menu options that appear when using game mod. The only way you can detect a stealth patch is by statistical analysis or an anti-cheat program. Because Staris was one of the select few to have a stealth patch and test it, he thought it'd be a good idea to release it publicly, as it may help people understand how stealth patches work and increase the probability of cheaters being caught. However, Staris was told by Becca, the head of staff for ZWR, to not release a stealth patch, going as far as saying the less people that know how to stealth patch, the better. Waffler was a little disappointed by this, saying that making the community aware of cheating methods doesn't turn players into cheaters. Waffler would then send an image with 4 quadrants to get Star's opinion on how stealth patching currently affects the community and what the response should be. On the top left, it said people are currently stealth patching and players are made aware of it. On the top right, it said people aren't stealth patching and nobody is made aware of it. On the bottom left, it said nobody is stealth patching and people are made aware of it. And on the bottom right, nobody is stealth patching, nobody is made aware of it. Staris would then say it's either the first option or third option, which is top left and bottom left. This shows that despite Staris being told by Becca to not release
What? First or third? That is not how quadrants work. Huh?
to bottom left, either the first
You mean the second or the third? If you have a graph, positive is 1, is area part, like segment 1, quadrant 1. Negative positive is quadrant 2. Negative is quadrant 3. Alright, you know what, whatever. It's fine.
option or third option,
Never mind.
which is top left and bottom left. This shows that despite Staris being told by Becca to not release a stealth patch, he wanted the community to be made aware of it in some way. This resulted in him talking about a video being made about stealth patching, or possibly a way to display the stealth patch without it being downloaded by players. Waffler was actually okay with this, but wanted to be clear that if someone gets access to a stealth patch, Staris should express the importance that an anti-cheat would need to be the norm if we want to have a higher chance of
That's
detecting
how we got
cheaters.
Evelyn.
After this, Waffler and Staris would continue discussing stealth
Evelyn.
patches and anti-cheat methods.
Black Ops
until
4
Waffler
anti-cheat.
asked Staris if it would be easy to patch drop rates such as max ammos and have it be completely undetected. Staris would then say it'd be easy to do, but most players would be able to tell. So manipulating drop rates probably wouldn't be a good idea. Waffler would then hit back saying, still something I wouldn't put past cheaters. They expect you to not watch more than 2 rounds of gameplay before clicking off. This is entirely true. This is a case for pretty much all records, including first room records, which was Waffler's first point of interest in cheated games. This caused Waffler to question the legitimacy of Unpul's round 70 speedrun record on Ascension, as Unpul got 4 drops in just 1 Gersh, which is absurdly lucky considering these drops came from the power room of Ascension. So why is that important? Well, the zombies from the right side of the power room do not give you any drops. Instead of 24 zombies giving Unpul drops, it was more like 16 zombies. On top of that, this wasn't a one-off instance. Unpul was consistently getting incredible drop rates throughout the run. Stars would then say, I was in a call with Unpul while he played his game. He didn't use any sort of stealth patch or cheat. Waffler immediately knew Stars was bullshitting because Stars was friends with Unpul. Moreover, Unpul was incredibly lucky during his game, and well, eyewitness testimony tends to not be a reliable source of evidence. Waffler then asked what Star's favorite flavor of Skittles was as a joke, showing that he no longer takes Stars seriously, before going back to talking about Unpolv. He would then bring up the ZBC overlay and how it can cover up the yellow text that shows up while using game mod. Stars would then say you can use an overlay to block the text, and it'd be sus as fuck. Waffler would then ask if there would be a way to remove the yellow text, in which Stars responded, he doesn't know, but you probably could. Stars would then ask why all the videos Waffler is linking is Unpolv speedruns, and then asking if he thinks Unpolv cheated. Waffler said Unpolv is the only player actively using the overlay at the top right. He would then further say, you said it'd be sus, so I have every right to question Unpolv's drop RNG in his 70 speedrun. Waffler would then post the same 4-quadrant image, which Stars responded saying the bottom right seems the most likely, changing his answer to no one is self-patching and no one should be made aware. Once again, Waffler knew he was bullshitting, so the conversation ended there. Surprisingly, after this conversation, Waffler managed to get direct access to a stealth patch Stars was talking about. A player by the name of Turbig was a part of a Discord with Stars and Unpolv, and also had access to the stealth patch. However, he wanted the stealth patch public, so he gave it to Waffler so he could analyze the code and see how much luckier the patch was compared to the vanilla version of Black Ops 1. This caused him to do a statistical analysis where he would see how many first boxes he would get after 100 trials with the patch and without a patch. If you don't know, getting a first box means getting a Thunder Gun, Ray Gun, and Gershes or dolls out of the first mystery box. It's incredibly difficult to get, but removes fire sales from your drop cycle until the mystery box moves. This can save a significant amount of time for round 70 and 100 speedruns, as the chances of you getting a max ammo is increased. So when he used the patch, it was no surprise that it increased his luck by a significant amount compared to the vanilla version of the game. In fact, the patch gave him 20 first box setups, whereas the vanilla version of the game only gave him 2 first box setups. This immediately resulted in Waffler making a video titled, "It's Bad But Necessary," where he exposes the stealth patch as well as Unpolv for cheating and Stars for assisting him. To add on top of that, Waffler decided to release the patch publicly, as it was exceptionally important to show players how a stealth patch works. Unfortunately, Waffler never did a statistical analysis on Unpolv's game, so while it was extremely obvious Unpolv cheated, it was important to give him the benefit of the doubt until we had some numbers. Fortunately, another player named Elvives who saw the video decided to analyze Unpolv's 70 and 100 speedrun drop luck, and let's just say the numbers were shocking. Based on Elvives' analysis, he figured out the chance of Unpolv's drop luck occurring in his game was a minimum 1 in 2 million chance. This confirmed Waffler's suspicions. However, I still wasn't satisfied.
I'm not
You
either.
see,
That's not-
Unpolv live streamed some Ascension restarts, which resulted in him getting the 50 speedrun record the day before Waffler's video. This made me want to analyze his box luck and see if the theories were true. Unfortunately for Unpolv, they were. During the restarts, Unpolv had managed to get 5 Thunder Guns in just 30 box hits, 2 Gershes in 58 hits, and 4 Ray Guns in just 8 hits. I was then able to find the probability of these averages, which led me to multiplying them. This resulted in a final probability of 1 in 230,422. This was starting to get ridiculous. Not only did Unpolv have insane box luck, but his drop luck was through the roof. Amazingly, this wasn't all the evidence we found. By sheer luck, I had managed to find a video where Unpolv was playing with a completely stealth patch. Back in 2022, Unpolv uploaded a video titled "The Most Legit Game" as a way to mock the luck he got in his game. So, once again, I did another analysis, which caused me to find out this cheated game was a 1 in 219,500 513 chance, which is very similar to the box luck he got during his 50 speedrun restarts. This right here should be enough evidence to convict Unpulv for cheating.
I don't think it is.
But what's even more interesting
Honestly.
is Unpulv wasn't the only person who had access
Again,
to a
luck is never enough in my opinion.
stealth patch. Zomba also had access to a stealth patch roughly 2 months after Unpulv's most legit game. While searching through Zomba's highlights on Twitch, I managed to find a stream titled 100 Perfect, in which he used a completely stealth patch. Even though Zomba was transparent about using it, this begs the question: who is making these patches? Why are they being kept private? And for how long? The way it's being treated is a me but not thee approach. Influential players decided by themselves that they are responsible enough to know of cheats and never fake a game, but everyone else should have to deal with the uncertainty and the accusations that they are cheaters for using Tim, trap, or round timers, or whichever flavor of the month is being used for provoking debate. Not to mention the friends that they insulate, Fire'em and Unpulv, have proven to be as irresponsible as one could get with access to the cheats. Perhaps Zomba and others made promises to people they rely on that they wouldn't share it publicly, but Waffler did not want that problem, so he was the first to release a stealth patch to everybody and bring full attention to the issue. So that means I should be done talking about Unpulv, right? Nope, this surprisingly is nothing compared to some of the stuff he's done. Harassment and doxing.
Let's go.
On March 8th, 2023, Unpulv would send messages on Twitter to a player named Bullet Bill Bull, who has autism. Unpulv knew this, so he, for whatever reason, started harassing Bullet Bill Bull by making fun of him for having autism, saying Bullet should take his autism pills, saying he has Down syndrome, saying he should take his retard pills, as well as saying he should quit zombies and quit life. Moreover, he would say that Bullet is not
Bro needs
loved
to stop using the word moreover. It's kind of like, come on.
and how no one likes him. And lastly, going as far as saying Bullet should die. Unfortunately, this is just a start. A few months later, Unpulv, along with his friend named Xerity, would dox Bullet Bill Bull by posting his full name and his state, along with other personal information in Twitch chats, as well as changing their stream titles to Bullet's name and state. This doxing would progress even further when a few more players decided to help Unpulv, most notably Cylinder and Staris, aka Evelyn, by posting Bullet's name and state in Twitch chats. However, they still were not done. Unpulv had managed to find out Bullet's mother's name and her Facebook account. This would further progress into not only Unpulv and his friends posting Bullet's name, but also his mother's full name in Twitch chats, as well as Discord servers. Moreover, Stars would claim to have messaged Bullet's mom on Facebook as a way to embarrass and make fun of Bullet. To add on top of that, Unpulv would impersonate Bullet Bill Bull in a zombie server called zombies.exe, which is owned by
There's
Void.
gotta be something going on. Alright, no one does this out of the blue. No human just does this out of the blue for no reason. There had to have been beef. There had to have been beef. There's no way that's the full story.
Rumble. So, what was the point of Unpulv impersonating Bullet? Well, he wanted to fake screenshots by making it look like Bullet was saying the N-word. Even
Bro,
then,
that's
that
happened to me. That's happened to me. That's actually insane.
was still not enough for Unpulv. Despite Bullet Bill Bull telling him to stop harassing and doxing him, Unpulv had managed to find Bullet's Instagram account and messaged him on there.
Alright, this
Amazingly,
is next
despite
level
it being
hating.
nearly a year since Unpulv first started harassing Bullet, he still has not stopped. To add on top of that, this isn't the only person Unpulv
No.
has harassed.
There has to be some sort of beef. Something had to have happened, like, prior to all
Another
that.
player named Mystic, who is disabled, was called retarded by Unpulv. So, has there been any backlash because of Unpulv's actions? Nope. The only person to have ever publicly called out Unpulv for doxing is Mr. Waffler. Taking this point,
I was
the
gonna say Mr.
blatant
Waffle
cheating
Waffles.
and harassment hurts competition and pushes players out of the community. These are serious problems and is rotting the community from within. So, besides Mr. Waffler, how have others dealt with it, such as the moderators of the main record website? Ignoring the problem. Shortly after Waffler's video and LV's analysis of Unpul's game, I decided it was important.
This was all like before the entire like implosion of ZWR, and they like split into two, like did some mitosis type of stuff, you know. So, hold on, let me let him.
to show Becca the evidence. Moreover, I would show her my extended analysis of Unpul's games, which I found 5 games that had first box. I then asked her if she had already seen LV's analysis and if she watched Waffler's video in its entirety. She then responded yes to both of these questions. She would then say she doesn't believe good luck proves someone cheated.
Thank you.
Further
Thank you. I agree with that. Good luck does not prove someone's cheating. It can be a basis, you know, but that's never. You can never make a final decision based off of luck alone. I don't
stating
think
that
so.
while she does believe Unpulv cheated, she didn't know if it was enough proof to slap him with a convicted cheater
It's not.
title and remove his records.
It's not.
To add on top of that, she said, I'm going to have a chat with people and see what's what though, because I want to make sure if he is outed as a cheater, it's done fairly. Then she would further explain, the reason why I say good luck doesn't prove someone cheated is due to multiple games that have been cheated, but only got caught out for other reasons.
Yep.
For example, Prawley's Shadows of Evil Eastwood speedrun. He patched the gum cycle, so people had their suspicions that his games were too lucky, but nobody jumped at that because it's not enough proof. The
I
reason
agree.
he got caught is because he spliced and clearly sent the wrong patch, meaning he was hiding something, which then led to us finding out he patched his luck. So our suspicions were correct. On paper, this is a completely fair point, but then Becca
Wait,
would
hold on.
completely
That is a. What could not be.
under this point by saying everyone thought Furret cheated his moon game, his ascension game, because his luck is astronomical, but there's no proof.
That is true. You have to have solid, concrete evidence, man. Here in the land of the free, home of the.
Actually, there is a lot of proof.
Alright.
In fact, there is so much proof that it's practically undeniable.
Alright.
Furret is consistently luckier than everyone else by an astronomical amount
That's, again, luck.
on almost every occasion.
Luck.
She would then reiterate, saying, I'm a big believer and you can't 100,000% prove someone cheated off of luck alone.
I am
then
too.
how come you never banned Fire Rim? He was caught attempting to cheat an Ascension game by modifying his luck.
Was that. If that was proven, then yeah, he should have been banned. Or a convicted cheater. A good old convicted cheater. I agree with that point.
And was forced to admit it. You can't say you don't believe you can prove someone cheated off of luck alone and then not ban them despite literally admitting to manipulating their odds. That's just called playing favorites. This immediately felt like a lost cause, but I wasn't going to give up. I
Nah,
would then
that's fair.
reply
That's a
to
fair
Becca
point.
saying, sure, but statistical probability is a very good indicator on seeing if someone manipulated their RNG. Obviously, it's not definitive proof, but it gets to the point where the question has to be asked.
It does.
How
yeah.
lucky is too lucky?
Okay.
I've never seen anyone get as lucky as Unpulv. I would then hit back saying, because
Everyone always talks about when people get lucky. They don't talk about when people get astronomically unlucky, though. Because that's not... No one ever, like, questions that. And smuggle the truth. Let's go. W.
at the end of the day, barely anyone is splicing runs or doing any of the OG stuff. Most cheaters are more than likely using stealth patches, and the only way to catch them is via statistical probability, which is what's happening to Unpulv. This would result into a short talk between each other until the conversation ended with her saying, all good man, I'll DM you later to talk about the Connor stuff. However, she didn't. So 5 days later, I would ask her if she ever looked into it. Well, over 2 months later, I still have not gotten a single response. This slowly made me suspect Becca and Unpulv were friends with each other.
And then he got this
which
run. That's pretty much what I'm watching. Yeah. I'm rewatching the Krubs video. Okay, this thing's okay, first and foremost, he uses the word furthermore way too much. My guy, expand your vocabulary, please. Do not use furthermore that much. Oh my goodness. Furthermore. It's like, all right.
turned out to be
Furthermore, he got this furthermore run and
true. On February 2nd, 2024, Becca would admit in the Zomba Discord that she and Connor were friends. This right here explains why Unpulv is still not banned, and also explains why he never faced any backlash for his consequences, because he is insulated. Even though Becca knew Unpulv doxed Bullet Bilbo, as confirmed since she watched Waffler's video in its entirety, she simply did not care. As long as you are friends with Becca and other community members who are close with her, you will face absolutely no consequences. This makes me really question the community's values, if it is one, since it rewards Unpulv and his friends' behavior. Also, how come every record is approved before being extensively reviewed? It makes no sense, and there is absolutely no excuse for it. Because of this, it
I mean, when 600 submissions pile up in 2 days, it's a little difficult, not gonna lie.
creates prime conditions for cheating. Moreover, what's the cutoff point
Moreover,
for convicting cheaters because they were too lucky? Is it 1 in 1,000?
No.
1 in 100,000?
no,
1 in 1 million?
no.
These are questions ZWR has repeatedly decided to avoid while pretending everything is fine. The rate
Point-
that they make progress in gameplay
0.1% is actually a very generous amount as well.
standards and anti-cheating measures is incredibly slow, normally going with whatever
A lot of what we look at in it is just like the rounds. We're told to make sure every single round is there. And a lot of what I look at as well specifically is every single round transition as well. That's a big thing for me.
their friends believe to be the best. Moreover, they are still afraid to confidently enforce full gameplay for records when the credibility system of trusting everybody based on friendship was showing its cracks in 2014.
Yeah.
On the pack of
Okay, we have a little thing, a section on the ZWR called staff mistakes that get pointed out. There's like a few every single day.
podcast grand finale, you
There's bound to be a oopsie daisy every now and then. Yeah.
can hear I rack him up stating,
I mean, if you don't have an Elgato or PBR at this point in time, like, what are you doing? It's fucking 2014.
Zombie World Records barely missed the 10-year deadline by starting to remove records without footage in 2022. This is lacking the context that Wings, the owner of ZWR, would sabotage the site from progressing in many ways.
Oh,
but
yeah.
finding instances where admins themselves stress the importance of gameplay and anti-cheat measures
That's what I do.
are few.
I'm a huge person about gameplay. I understand, and they enforce a strict way how to launch BL1. Yeah, BL1 has been getting a lot more strict with it. Yep. Get the guy a Valentine's Day gift. Ooh, nice, nice.
Few and far between. The point I'm trying to make is that if we want to catch cheaters, we need to adopt to modern ways of catching cheaters, even if that means it takes a month or two before a game is accepted or denied.
Huh?
So
No. That's no.
how do we get moderators to do this? Well, you can get them to do an extended analysis of games. And if that doesn't work, then it's time to get new moderators. But there's just one problem. ZWR.GG, the main record website, has done this many different times, and the way the moderators moderate games has never changed. The way ZWR verifies games is based on the quota. They prioritize speed over delicacy. So, not only are the review standards, rules, anti-cheating measures,
So, think about the speed over delicacy. There is a monthly quota. Yes, there is. The quota is they want us to hit 50 a month. That's not that much. You can do that in 2 hours. Put aside 2 hours, that'll be done. Here's the only thing, though. It depends on... Whenever you get a really good game that gets submitted, like, you know, like, I was a person who actually did decals round 999 game. That one took me, like, 30 minutes to go through. That one took a while to go through. It's a very... By default, whenever there's a really, really good game that gets submitted, you take more time on that by default. That's just how it is. A lot of the games that get submitted, though, are like 2-player, you know, Citadel first room, and then they make it to round 12. But then one person's missing gameplay, and it's a with gums game, so you instantly deny it. Because you have to have full gameplay for every POV. It's... Certain runs deserve to be looked at into way more than other runs. Just because of... It would be a big run if it did get submitted.
And installation prime conditions for cheating games, but the quickness of approving games makes it even less likely for cheaters to get caught. At this point, it's time for a new website. Fortunately, there is one being created called Zombies Headquarters, although there is once again another problem.
Is that website dead?
Becca founded and owns this new website. I'm sorry, but if the new site is owned by the same people, my expectations will remain low,
Yep.
and I'll expect it to be just as corrupt as ZWR.
Yeah.
In fact, the Zombies competitive scene is so corrupt that moderators have attempted to make biased votes. On March 7th,
That too. Oh, I know that one.
2023, Astrox, one of the moderators for ZWR, and also a close friend of Sluya, Becca, and Furret, would create a vote for a Black Ops 2 rule set. Although, despite Astrox saying he attempted to make the vote as clear and easy to understand, it was still really vague. You see, with most votes in Zombies, there's a specific requirement needed to be able to vote on a rule set. However, this description was insanely vague, so much so that even if you played Black Ops 2 and submitted a record, there was still...
That's the thing I've never understood. You would think that that would be not a non-issue. Making a clear rule set has to be one of the most easiest, or a clear voting guideline set has to be the easiest thing in the world to not blunder. Like, I remember when I went to, I think, Steve, Don't Stop, I said, or one of the things I want to do was, for a Black Ops 4 vote, as long as you had one record, doesn't have to be a world record, as long as you have one submission to Black Ops 4, I think you should be allowed to play in it, or vote in it. That was my thing. Which I think that's pretty fair. That way, people who have never even submitted to Black Ops 4, you know, who don't play the game, won't get a say in the vote because they don't play it. You know, it's like me. It's like letting me vote in Black Ops 1. You guys wouldn't want me voting in Black Ops 1, trust me. As long as you have one thing submitted in there, you're fine. Have at it. Take a vote. However, that needs to be clarified. Like, so let's say the vote was held on March 5th, right? You make an announcement on ZWR March 1st saying, hey, if you had a submission prior to March, you have to make sure that people can't, like, quickly go get something and then submit. You know, you got to make sure that it was a by default thing. Like, oh, if you had one by this date already, then you can vote. You know, a prerequisite, but you had to have done the prerequisite before having knowledge of the vote.
Still a chance that your vote would not count. This caused Waffler to ask Astrox whose vote counts. Astrox would then reply saying, only the players who got a top 5 game in one of the 3 categories, specifically no power.
Hold on. That night I did, yeah. I was pissed. Hold on.
high round, or speedruns would have their vote count. So why is this corrupt? Well, it's the fact that Astrox is completely denying hundreds upon hundreds of votes. You see, each map for each category has about 20 minimum submissions. If you only accept the top 5 names for each map, you are denying over 70.
Yeah, that was the worst way to do a vote I've ever seen in my life. Only the top, like, 5 or 3 people get to vote. That is the most biased thing humanly imaginable.
5% of the community from voting. Keep in mind, this number is insanely generous. If we were to be more realistic, Astrox is denying more like 80 to 90% of the Black Ops 2 community from being able to vote on their own game.
Yeah.
Moreover, Astrox was only accepting submissions from 3 categories, one of which is a category he plays super often, called No Power. Moreover, the decision for this vote to only be done this way is a result of corruption. It wasn't BO2 players heading the experiment of the voted rules for their game. It was a No Power player and a Black Ops 1 player. Currently, there's a debate between Black Ops 2 players on whether or not people should vote across maps and challenges, the way Astrox and Furret intended, which their attitude is that their vote should remain. Furthermore, sometimes it's Black Ops 1 players that are the most outraged about the outgoings of maps such as Mob, Origins, and things they don't play. If this doesn't scream corruption, then I'm not sure what will. Now, this vote was fortunately changed after some backlash to allow all players who submitted in these 3 categories
Thank you.
to vote. But this begs the question, if Astrox,
Oh, that's right.
one of the moderators for Zombie World Records, originally planned on making a biased vote, were all
Hold on. One second. I'm back. I'm back. Oh. 212. Oh, okay. I didn't know you made that into a command. I kind of like that. 8th month of the year. It is. August and September are irrelevant.
The other votes made by Becca or his friends biased? It's tough to say. At the end of the
They are. $401. Weird how that. Why my camera turns like that. Yeah. Look, August is such an irrelevant month. Let's be real. Like, no one's ever been like, oh boy, August. Like, it's like the worst part of summer. Also, in my opinion, August isn't summer. June and July are summer. August is a transitionary month. Yeah, but no one. Okay, yeah, I know it's summer, but like, it doesn't feel like it should be. Like, August, no, stupid month. Let's get rid of it.
day, this is speculation, but the possibility that some votes were purposely not accepted despite them meeting the requirements is very plausible. So, is this the end of voting corruption? Nope. Back in 2020, a new way of saving time in Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 was found. This was called Fast Ray. This allowed players to shoot the ray gun significantly faster,
Oh yeah, that should
which
not be
dealt
allowed.
an insane amount of damage to zombies in a very quick time. At first, players were
Telling you, an any percent category would fix so many issues, but no.
super excited to utilize this time save, as it could revolutionize maps such as Town or Farm. However, Furret was super adamant about not allowing it, despite the choice being left up to the community. This caused him to use his influence to change people's opinions to get it banned, which amazingly worked.
Well, isn't that kind? Okay, I don't like that, but isn't that? Hey, Mr. Streamer, what's your opinion on this? Gives opinion. Oh, he's using his influence because he didn't go one way or another.
Not long after Fast Ray was found, many votes were created, and as time went on, a player's opinion on Fast Ray came down to which vote they respected more. This caused the players who were for Fast Ray to call out for it and say he was using his influence to manipulate votes to get Fast Ray banned. Although, Furret would brush off these claims, saying they were not true. This caused his friends, such as Zomba, to believe him. Hell, as late as 2023, Zomba, who was discussing with Becca about biased votes, would say this. Yeah, well, when Furret gave his opinion on fast firing and all the new info dropped, the cunts that wanted to keep it just said it was from his influence that caused people to change their vote. Who's to say some fucking bullshit like that will happen again if I or Furret did it? What Zomba got wrong is that sure, the people wanting to keep it were claiming foul play, but they weren't trying to rig things in their favor. They just wanted a more fair deciding process than what was given.
Okay, that's fair. I guess that's a fair point.
Also, nobody was saying Furret shouldn't be able to convince people, which is a fair competition of influence. They were just upset that Furret included those who agreed with him in the vote and left out those who disagreed. Moreover, Zomba completely forgot that Furret admitted he was trying to reach to people to get Fast Ray banned while he was playing his Ascension 230.
Isn't that also part of the influence sphere, kind of?
Game. This right here is 100% proof that Furret was trying to manipulate a vote to go in his favor, and unfortunately, this probably wasn't the only time he's done this. The absurdity of power goes without saying. If you have the means and motive to override community opinion, you can do so without needing to justify yourself. This is echoed in Zomba's choice of words when discussing rules in a recent stream.
Do you ever think we'll get to a point in the zombies community where we'll all just agree on a set of rules and they won't change?
No.
We're getting there. I think we're getting there. We're getting close.
No, I don't think we
Large
ever
enough
will.
group can agree on anything. It's always biased. Always fucking will be. There's always biased cunts in this fucking community, man.
BO2, they banned auto trap timers. BO1, they allowed auto trap timers.
When was this?
Yeah, no, that's I agree. I agree. There will never be a consensus on this stuff. Look at the difference between what's allowed in Black Ops 3 and what's allowed in Black Ops 4, man. You can mod your game to Kingdom Come in Black Ops 3 with like first box patches here for this stuff, patches here for that stuff, to quote unquote, or not quote unquote, to get rid of RNG stuff. But you can't do that with this. Okay. The use, which never makes sense to me. The whole point behind the website is to be competitive. That's the whole point. When you do this stuff, you quite literally kill the site. I don't know why people.
When the fuck was
A few
this?
months back.
They allowed it for BO1. How the fuck? What? Who? Who the fuck
yeah,
voted for this? Which
I don't
individual?
know.
Anyone in my chat, cough up. Who the fuck was it? You're gonna get fucking blasted. Fuck everyone in the chat that voted for fucking that trap timer. Gonna have a revote, and this time you're gonna pick the right fucking one.
This is all
Yeah.
an effort to attempt banning Tim for the 5th time, when the community has repeatedly approved of the tool. After seeing this, it really made me question the legitimacy of some of the votes that were created for Black Ops 1 or Black Ops 2. Because Furret was never transparent that he was trying to reach to people to get fast ray banned, and only admitted it publicly once, who can say what was going on behind the doors? When explaining why certain zombie players are insulated and given privileges, we focus on their level of influence. This isn't under exaggeration. For many players, their level of control goes beyond just a matter of influencing, and more so resembles a form of dictating. It's not about them tipping the scales one way or another. It is their ability to dictate how things must happen, no matter how absurd. When voting experiments were first happening, those with influence said it was too technologically difficult to figure out. When the community showed them to be wrong, the influential players moved towards a new point of conflict about whose vote should count. Those are legitimate questions to be taken seriously, but do note that while others were trying to cooperate, influential players wanted nothing to do with it unless they had full control. So, whose vote should count? The answer is debatable, but whatever the answer is, it should be clear and unbiased, right?
Yes.
It would be fair if players could know exactly what they must do before being owed a buy-in to vote, which affects leaderboards. People with influence have echoed that they aren't just world record holders, saying they are quote-unquote high level. High level sounds like it references a quantifiable metric, but in their sense of the
Yeah, okay. I agree exactly with this. There was a Black Ops 4 vote that someone created a while back where only the top 3 in certain categories and the top 5 in some other categories could vote on the issue. Here's my thing. All right, yes, high level. Let's say we're using tagged or Toten. Let's say we use tagged or Toten on a as an example. All right, top 3 people. All right, do we want to allow the one window strategy? Right, top 3 answers are allowed to vote. Let's say the first person has like around 500. Second person 499. Third person 498. And then the fourth person has a 497. They're off by 1 round. Let's say it was because it was a dog round, pure RNG, and they lost it. That person wouldn't get to vote then. Did the stream end? No, it didn't, right? Hopefully. Hopefully not. I haven't gotten blasted by emails yet saying my stream ended. No, still says it's going. But, like, that's the thing. It's such an awful, like, way. Like, high level is very subjective.
word, it doesn't. In the following screenshot from 2022, Waffler is pressing for some coherency on when players are owed their buy-in, something Fur has historically avoided answering, to which Fur gives criteria that are based on his personal ratings of the player. He says it depends on their level of influence, relationship with other players, his perception of the player's skill level, knowledge,
what?
and quote-unquote brain.
That's such an awful take, I'm not gonna lie. Hard by doing stuff like this? Yeah. That is such an awful take, and though I will say, in my opinion. High level? That's your criteria for high level? And why is influence part of the criteria for high level? I think anyone should be able to vote on it who has a record submitted in that category. Doesn't matter what the record is.
Don't know what he meant by brain. Then he projects his political views from the real world
Let's go.
onto zombies,
Politics.
saying it proves his general sense that people are too dumb to be trusted. He might have the most influence out of any zombies player,
Wait.
which he should be able.
How is that a political influence? I thought, no, I kind of agree with that one though. Some people are kind of just too dumb to be trusted. That's not a that's just a rational take right there. That's just a normal take. There are some pretty dumb people out there, and you probably shouldn't trust dumb people a lot sometimes. That doesn't mean these people are dumb though. Just let them vote, man.
To use, but the position to dictate was completely self-appointed by him, and he is shown to be irresponsible in filling it. Frankly, it's tough to say if anyone could be in that position without eventually going mad. In every stage of zombies history, there exists a small group that feels emboldened enough to begin dictating. Said group eventually fizzles out and gives rise to the next group, commencing a new set of values, and so on. The problem is that it doesn't take long for that group to realize they are unchecked and start acting in their own self-interest. This is why voting is a constant experiment, sometimes learning from itself through failure in attempt to get players what they want in the fairest manner. In January 2023, Fast Ray was finally voted on by the Black Ops 1 community at large, not just by quote-unquote high-level players, making it unallowed 9-49. Their greatest fear of Fast Ray being allowed turned out to be of their own making, misusing time and effort along the way by being unclear and choosing to debate non-stop. However, the same structure of power remains.
Here's a thing. This is how I would perceive Fast Ray, right? Is let's say I just started learning how to or I just started playing zombies. I play on console or something. That's my main method of playing the game is on controller. I play the same way everyone else does, but I play controller. The top guy plays PC, you know. Fast Ray, you can't do that on a controller. Yeah, you could technically. No, you can't. All right, let's be real. Without getting arthritis, something, whatever. I don't know how you do it again, but that person's gonna vote no on the Fast Ray to make it a level playing field. The top person on top's gonna vote yes. I side with the person who can't do it.
Just because the high-level players approve of a tactic now, it doesn't mean they won't decide against it in the future and leave players out of the voting process based on their level of influence, relationship with other players, perceived skill level, knowledge, and most importantly, brain. And this brings me to my last and final point: lies and more harassment.
Let's go.
Because the community has no morals and allows players to get away with anything, I decided to ban a bunch of zombie players in my Twitch chat starting in November of 2023.
Alright.
And one of these players was Furret. This caused him to get insanely frustrated because I no longer wanted to talk or interact with him.
Alright.
So, as a way to get back at me, he would start sharing out of context Discord messages to make it look like I steal content, going as far as sharing these messages with other players and claiming I plagiarize videos. Because everyone looked up to Furret and never questioned what he was claiming, this caused everyone to automatically assume I steal and plagiarize content. However, what Furret was claiming was not true. While helping me with the Ascension World Record history, he would explain box cycles and how they work. Because I really liked his explanation of box cycles, I would ask if it would be okay if I copied the text he sent me and used it for my video, in which he responded yes. Furret purposely left out this information because he wanted me to look bad, and unfortunately for me, it worked. Furret would then abuse this opportunity to start shit-talking me on his stream and getting everyone against me. Although, it wasn't until December of 2023 when he finally used this to his full potential. While streaming, he would continue claiming I steal content and then continuing by making fun of me because I apparently talk slow and play slow.
Maybe I should just put a big fuck crops in like the biggest font possible when I'm reaching the last round before reset, you know? Just so it can't steal from people, from people's.
I mean, did he like play? I remember when he got his like moon game 252 or whatever it was. He played the audio or in the background of his video.
Fucking content and then ban people. He literally makes content by talking slow over other people's videos. GG.
Okay.
I mean, he talks slow.
That's this is kind of a bad point, but that's fair use though. Like, if you're talking about a record, you know, world record history, and oh, this person got this round, but I'm not gonna show gameplay. No. Like that's, no, you kind of have to show some stuff. Yeah. You know, it's
Play slow. What else?
After that, he would continue by making fun of my sexuality, as well as allowing his viewers to make fun of my sexuality.
that's kind of
Imagine being
cringe.
traps, hitting the gym just to get fucked in the ass, like.
What?
The fuck?
This would further cause his viewers to claim I'm a zoophile, and also call me malnourished to make fun of my weight. To add on top of that, he would encourage his viewers to put fuck crups all over their streams.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah, maybe every world record from now on should put a giant fuck crops just so it doesn't steal content.
This is
and
next
ban
level
people,
hating.
You know? Like every single world record holder should do that. Now.
This immediately resulted in his viewers doing just that, putting fuck crops across many different streams, and despite it being 2 months since he told his viewers to put fuck crops in live streams, they still continued to do it. To add on top of that, after he told his viewers to do that, it immediately resulted in some of his viewers creating accounts to make fun of me or harass me. And lastly, Furret said he wanted to falsely copyright claim my videos. Now, whether or not this is a joke is up for debate, but it still needs to be noted, as there is a possibility this video, or all of my videos, do get falsely copyrighted. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you don't like the zombies community's morals and don't want to talk to certain players. You are forced to deal with reputational ruining lies and harassment from everyone, because for whatever reason, people are too interested in hearing one side and only one side of the story.
That's how it is, though.
So this begs the question, will anything be done about these issues? As much as it hurts to say, probably not. You see, because players face absolutely no consequences for their actions, nothing will change, even if there is backlash. And unfortunately, I can't think of any way to change the community for the better. The most I can do is call out these players' actions and behaviors. To put it bluntly, this is the most toxic gaming community I have ever seen, and if nothing changes, it'll remain that way until the end of time. Lastly, if you have time, I encourage you to check out all the analysis I showed in this video.
The video was decent. The first half of it kind of sucked though, not gonna lie. You can't, I still strongly do not think you can you cannot convict someone of cheating based off pure luck alone. It ain't enough proof. It's definitely good ground basis to start, you know, getting some evidence, but it's not enough. You know? 401. Ooh. I want to mess around with the FL Studio now. Next round could be dogs, so I got like another hour here before I could potentially get dogs. I'm not gonna play that long today. I don't feel like it, honestly. I really don't feel like it. Let's see. I would have to hit 163 hours to be at 15. Oh man. Whatever. I guess I'll play.
We're gonna get into this big mess here. This is actually about furry art. So if any of you guys are furry, I would actually love to hear your 2 cents about this as well. This furry art drama situation is about an artist who has some AI accusations kind of floating around. People thought they were using AI. And then somebody made a call-out post like yesterday about them. Let's get into this. The very first post, likely about the whole AI situation with this individual, was posted by 4-Leaf Island, who goes by Critter. Now, the artist that is up for debate here is by the handle of Heart of Senso. Again, this is not to send hate to the artist anything. We're just kind of looking at this entire situation that unfolded. Critter made this post writing, "Hello, my friend Mac was accused of using AI, and I'd like to answer some questions to explain my experiences with him as an artist to vouch for him that he does not." This is a remake of a previous thread. More about that. I have remade this thread to give the person I originally responded to in a quote retweet some peace, despite me specifically stating not to harass that person and that my thread's only intention was to debunk misinformation and explain Mac's actions. My wishes were not respected. For this, I am so sorry and ashamed of those that would do something like this in my name. I may not have the skills to navigate large-scale drama like this because I make a habit of staying out of it, so I thought by speaking plainly and unemotionally, things would work out. To reinstate what was already present in my previous thread in a more organized manner this time, why has Mac been accused of using AI? Mac is a digital painter who often makes collages of IRL photos and paints them as his reference. Because of this and how clean his painting and the quality of his sketchwork, he has been accused of using Gen AI in his art. The inconsistencies in his work, which are completely due to human error, are being pointed out as the reason for this accusation. While accusations of AI usage are becoming more common, Mac was asked to provide proof for specific pieces he no longer has the file for, specifically this cat mechanic piece. Oh. As we can see here, here is a piece of a cat mechanic, and then here we have a car. Disclaimer, I am not a furry, nor do I engage in a lot of anthropomorphic artwork, right? Like animal, humans, furry artwork, etc. So in terms of recognizing like furry AI artwork, I'm not going to be as good of it. I'm just going to point out some inconsistencies that are typically present in AI, but can also be human error, okay? A couple of ones is when they do a side-by-side piece like that, the character design will change, but slightly, right? Sometimes when people do side-by-side pieces of a character, they'll do 2 versions. They'll do like a character in a daytime outfit and a character in a nighttime outfit. A character at work versus a character lounging at home. So they'll be in different outfits, different clothing. There have been cases where people have used AI artwork to generate the same image. It will always look slightly off. That's because AI will not get the details right every single time. Let me see if I can find an example real quick about what I'm talking about. So here is an example of this that I'm talking about, okay? This is AI art, okay? This was from a previous YouTube video that I've covered about Fiverr AI artists. This is very, very, very definitely AI artwork, okay? This is what I mean. They will do a side-by-side of the character. This should be the same character, but it's slightly different, but not different enough to make it make sense, right? it's as if she's wearing like the same jacket, but the details are off, right? Like the jacket is the wrong color, the stockings have the wrong detailing, the hairpins are now missing. The fingers also are completely jacked up here. Yeah, maybe it's inverted colors. You could maybe think that, potentially. But then I go over here. These two should really be the same character then, right? If you were to make the argument maybe these two are maybe different characters, these two surely are the same character, right? Their eyes are different colors though. The hairpin is also slightly different. The text on the sleeve is like off. The buttons on the jacket aren't even the same color. This one's blue, this one's pink. Do you see what I mean though? They're like slightly different, but not enough for it to actually make it make sense as to why it's like a different character. As in daytime outfit, nighttime outfit, inverted color, something like that, you know, it's not the same. And it's just because AI will not get the details completely correct every single time. They'll sometimes fudge it. It is kind of present here, right? Where there's a pin on the label, maybe because of the way it's angled, you can't see it anymore. The nose is slightly a different color. This ear is missing the orange, right? The patchworks are not the same on the stomach nor on the sleeve. Again, you could argue this could be a human making a decided choice to go and add different details. This is also something we see with AI art. So it's not a smoking gun, it's not the end all be all. I can see potentially, right, why it might look a little odd, but again, when it comes to determining whether somebody has used AI or not, typically you would need to look at all of their art pieces or a significant chunk of it to look at the inconsistencies throughout their art piece. Do they just tend to make a lot like, you know, human-esque errors in their pieces, or is it a little
that was
bit
not me, was
nefarious,
it?
right? One human-esque errors in their pieces, or is it a little bit more nefarious, right? One piece typically cannot just tell you that, unless it looked like the other screenshot I just showed you, then we can tell. You know, the patchwork being different on the sleeves, whatever, it could be AR, again, could be human choice just to be like, hey, these are like two different potential overall variations, let's just see. So, Critter continues, why does Mac not have the file or speed paint for this specific piece? Mac works on iPad, specifically on Procreate. A lot of people brought up that Procreate has speed draws turned on automatically, which Mac has turned off. This is because he has limited iPad storage. Oh, by the way, I forgot to add, not having the piece or not being able to provide proof of a speed paint or something like that is also a bit suspicious of AI art, you know? Again, like I'm saying, it works both ways. There are definitely human artists with an iPad with 64 gigabytes of storage and you don't have enough storage for the speed paint, or you like delete older drawings because you don't have enough storage. That is completely true and it happens. It is also an excuse that AI fake artists, right, will not be able to provide a speed paint because they didn't paint it themselves. It is an excuse we have seen AI fakers use. It is also a legitimate explanation sometimes when they just don't have enough storage, you know? This is because he has limited iPad storage. I myself do this on my own laptop. When commission pieces are over a month old, unless the commissioner has specifically asked for later editions, I flatten and dispose of the image.
It's not good enough yet. It's definitely not good enough yet. Here's a question I always ask people, because it's really interesting seeing their answers. Someone says, well, let's say I'm an artist, right? And I generate a picture, an AI picture, but then use that as a reference and then create my own picture from scratch. I use the AI generated picture of, let's say, I don't know, what this video is, some furry, right? And then I create my own picture. I make my own piece of art using the AI as a reference. Is that still stolen art? Is it AI art still? Would you consider that AI art? Is that stolen art? You know, if I use it as a reference to, like, I tried to draw a portrait of myself one time, and it turned out decently, but then I really fumbled the face. It was awful. You know, well, let's say I did that, but it was a piece of AI art. That's such a gray area to me. The idea isn't original. Well, the idea, in your opinion, is original, but because we know that AI art doesn't, you know, it has to have references, it's also not original at the same time. It's like a hybrid. I wouldn't consider it to be it's not AI art, obviously, but I would not consider it original art. But that's like one of those things like, oh, you know, the ship of Theseus, whatever it is, you know, the parts of it wear down over time, and at some point, or whatever the thing is, all the parts are eventually replaced. Is it a new ship, or is it still the same old ship? Now, if we take all the old pieces and build a new ship with it, all the old pieces, which one is the original ship? It's like that to an extent.
To save storage. Yeah,
It's
get
a
that.
really
Storage is
weird
hard to find.
question.
This is common practice for anybody who regularly takes many clients or works with a large rotation of art pieces, as many freelance artists do. Why the inconsistencies? Considering Mac uses multiple different photos as references for similar pieces, and experimentation within a design is pretty common for design work, I would know. There are going to be differences between renders in a painting. As stated, I and many others also do this. I think I only do not get questioned because I have a more cartoony style, but as far as I know, I have shown every AI tell there is. I believe Mac is being singled out because of his art style unfairly. Why not just post a speed paint then? He is going to. I spoke to Mac in private and this was offered but refused by people accusing him of AI. Unless he was able to provide a specific speed paint for a piece he no longer has the file to, they would not believe him. I know this thread is a bit longer than the previous one, but if you read this far, please do not put any energy you have into harassing those that made false accusations. This is no justice, and you should instead show that support towards Mac and other artists you love. I make a habit to stay away from drama. A lot of people ask why I got involved when I have a following bigger than others, which I did because Mac is my friend. If I didn't use what I had to protect people I love, I would not have respect for myself. Regardless of what size I am, I will always provide the truth when I have it. But I will do better in the future to do so in a way that does not victimize those I wish no ill intent upon. I only want to provide information to help expand people's perspectives. Thank you. So here we have another thread. This was by Twitter user Saparax writing, and this was a day after Critter's thread. Detailed reasoning as to why I believe Heart of Senso, aka Mac, may be utilizing AI in their artwork. Before I begin, I want to say these are merely observations as an artist. I do not believe Mac uses AI for all of his works.
This is the most kind argument I've ever seen online. This is like British people, like, type of argument right here. Like, but, you know, not like new British. We're like, oh, empty the compartments of your pantaloons, or, you know, whatever that is. This is like, I don't know, when everyone still wore wigs and whatnot, or something.
I believe Mac is artistically very talented, and that is why he's able to get away with using AI in his work. The images accused were only made a year ago and less, so I believe any art made before this time last year is not AI assisted at all. And some pieces in the past year have no signs of AI usage, but some do have signs, so I'm here to share that observation. But PJ continues, I believe the reason why it's much more difficult to detect AI images in Mac's art is due to the fact he's able to artistically cover up the original image. He also uses noise effects in his art a lot too, which can make it harder to see artifacting. Artifacting basically being like very, very random, obscure shapes and like pieces in artwork that humans typically do not make. I do not think he uploads just generated images. I believe he edits the image and paints over AI evidence. I will add my observations below. So here is the first graphic, right? Pieces that aren't suspicious, use this as a style ref. Rendering is consistent, no artifacting or stray lower quality parts. Here we have two sea creatures kind of in clothing, right? Mac is in fact artistically talented. Note the hard brush used. Again, two pieces. And here again, here we have a side-by-side, right? Which makes complete sense. It is literally like the same character, just a different pose. But all the elements, you know, of the horn, the fur, everything is the same. This is what I mean when the side-by-side actually makes sense. And then when there's like really tiny minor changes, that's like, huh. So here PJ adds this piece here. So here we have kind of like a tiger piece where the tiger looks to be kind of like drinking ramen out of a bowl or consuming ramen out of a bowl. You note here, harsher brush. Specific here, you can see where it was drawn with a sharper brush. And then they kind of like mention some artifacting, I guess with the like zigzag on the back. No whisker dots. Design in this pic is not accurate to the left piece at all. This is marked as a sold adopt on Toy House. Why would you not even make a design accurate, especially if you're selling it? Much blurrier here with random textures. You can see a harsher brush split between these fingers. This brush isn't the same as this one. And then here we have some ramen bowl detailing. This is again what I kind of mean, right? When it's like side by side, but it's not the same character, but it's also not different necessarily. You know, maybe it's like a different outfit. With AI art, here are other two pieces. So here we have the side by side again. Oh, here we can kind of see there's some artifacts going on the neck area. The big thing, again, is like AI is quite poor at drawing stars. It's always pretty funny. The stars will have 5 points, 4 points, 7 points, 0, like 2 points. That is always the funny one to me. Again, humans can draw like that too. It's just we also see AI do that. So here again, they're kind of signaling the hard brush and then, ooh, artifacting that likely could have been removed. And then they're highlighting how you can here likely see the image below. This is the big accusation that people have made about this artist. People online, netizens, have suspected that they have generated an AI image and then painted on top of the image. So that's kind of a theory. For me, it's like the kind of the artifacting going on in the bandana. Again, right? This was the big one, right? The engineer cats or the mechanic cat. They're indicating overalls merge into shirt, which you can see that here on the side. That's something that's pretty kind of telltale of AI, right? There's the overalls down here, another line conveniently here. Nose color changes despite same lighting. Yep, the nose being different colors.
Spaghetti.
Blocked, unblocked. Low-key, I actually don't think this is AI. The car sketch here. The car sketch to me just kind of seems like a car sketch. Here we have this one, visible difference between plaid drawn in with a sharper brush, right? The plaid. This one. PJ adds, now these were the examples I thought were most solid. I found a few more, but I passed on them. Reminder, these are merely observations. You can make your own opinions about this. What's interesting is this point in his TOS, which is something I've never heard of. While not definitive proof of anything, it is something to keep in mind. So here we have one about the minor revisions, right? But look at TOS point 3.3, writing detailed instructions. I often prefer to not accept commissions with extremely detailed descriptions of what your character could be wearing, holding, doing, etc. This limitation stems from the desire to express my full artistic ability without feeling confined. If possible, providing general direction and allowing me to adhere to your OC style or favorite accessory enhances the creative process. If you have a super specific idea in mind for the overall commission, please understand that I might not be the artist for you. If you are sure what might constitute this, please feel free to run your idea by me. I am happy to work with you. Look. Again,
That
this one's a little
is
bit
the most
suspicious, but
suspicious
it's, again,
thing.
not a smoking gun, right? Artists have things they're willing to draw, and artists have things they're not willing to draw. Some artists just don't want to draw anthropomorphic characters, period. Some artists do not like drawing muscled characters, muscular bodies. Some artists do not like drawing mechs. Every artist has their okays, their not okays. I've never heard of an artist who is like detailed work. I will never do. But again, every artist is completely entitled to setting their boundaries of what they're willing to do and draw and what they aren't willing. But here's another thing. AI is not good at details at all. If you have a complex character, AI cannot generate it well. This is why, like, Genshin fan art, Hoyoverse fan art, whatever, when people try to run that through AI and get AI to, I don't know, make fan art of Huta or their favorite character, it will typically fuck it up. That is typically because AI cannot generate complex clothing well. They will always fuck the details up. It will always look weird. So human artists can also choose to not want to do detailed drawings. I get it, right? Details are a pain in the ass to do sometimes. It is also something AI can't do. So you see what I mean? Where it's like none of these points are necessarily a smoking gun to be like, yo, this guy used AI. It's just a little bit suspicious. And you can take those and come to a conclusion on your own. There is genuine human artists that make little errors and stuff like that in their artwork. It'll be a little fuzzy sometimes, whatever.
AI Rule 34 has the same face. All AI Rule 34 has the same face. Do they? I don't know. All AI Rule 34. Oh my gosh. See, I only consume the peak content such as Derpixian and whatnot.
Right, human artists with iPads with very small memory, so therefore they cannot record screen recordings.
It's gotta be a household name, right? Derpixian? Like, I'm pretty sure everyone's heard that name at one point or another.
Or, you know, pull previous screen recordings, so they just never saved it. That is also sometimes the excuse that people who have used AI.
It's like, no, I swear. This 20-minute fight scene that's, like, incredibly animated, it's vital for the porn afterwards, guys. I swear. It's like, it's actually it's crazy. Like, I'm sorry, if I can watch, like, a 3-minute fight scene on TikTok and not realize it's actually, like, a Rule 34 video until afterward. It's for the plot. It's actually very vital to the plot, guys. Trust me, it's very vital to the plot. Otherwise, I mean, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't, you know? And the one I'm thinking of is that one where it has, like, that, what is it, like that, what, that little stupid little rabbit-looking character that does, like, magic and whatnot? That's what I always think about. That's the one I always see. Plot is essential for arcade games as it is. Yeah,
As
yeah.
my work tend to do as well. So PJ adds, I want people to form their own opinions based on my
Well, wait. Plot is essential for arcade games as it is for porn. It isn't. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. You don't have you don't need a plot to play Pac-Man, you know. But people still enjoy that game. That's such a valid
and
point.
their own. Suspicious behavior and response aside, this is an observation of Mac's art. Please do not send harassment towards this individual, nor DM him asking for proof as they are not willing. I also want to add in here somebody who asked for speed paint nicely way before this all went down and has contacted me, telling me they were promised a speed paint, didn't get one, asked about it again, and was blocked, and the OG post was taken down. So here are the DMs, and this is written in Russian, but on the bottom we can see this was the block message, right? Where somebody's asking, could I see the tiger time lapse? It's really the only one I was curious about. And Mac says, it's the one I'll be using for the process vid. I'll tag you once it's up. Then the commenter says, fair enough, and then any updates, and then they were blocked. So people in the comment section about this at the time, because remember, this is September
Original Doom
2024,
link?
we're kind of hit or miss, right? With people being like, OMG, somebody uses a hard and soft brush. They're totally...
They killed the rabbit, I killed them. Yeah. Wait. Wait. The original Doom length, I don't know what that is. Like how long the game is, or the original Doom length. I never played that. I'm not gonna lie. I never played original Doom. I know I can play it on like a website, but oh, the amount of plot there is? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just you kind of go around and kill things. Plot's overrated. Alright. I recreated OG Fortnite in Minecraft.
The old Fortnite, so I'm basically doubling my dirt. Next step is to add grass on the top layer. This shouldn't take too long. Now that grass is spreading onto dirt, I shall add water to the river and loot lake. Really quickly. Like 500 trees to figure out what patients will get bigger. Okay, shut up. Yep, that's it. That's where spot. Then I started working on the first named location on my list, the Loot Lake. On the
Oh wow, this is like a really small size.
old island, there were 13 named.
I cannot wait to make tagged or Toten in Minecraft. This could be kind of a fun project, I feel like.
Oh yes, he dropped one. Nope, my skull. I don't know whether it's true or not, but the island is completely done. Yo, they're all jumping out. Where are we dropping, boys?
Oh, this is so cool.
The OG map? Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah.
Did you die? Are you serious?
I see a person, bro.
Someone is already fighting.
No, that's someone else. That's someone else. No. Oh, my internet's so. Are you kidding? Why?
Oh, can we go to the funny looking mustache man over there?
Ooh, I got a shield.
Need you in the.
There's a person in this house. Let's get him.
Hey! I'm getting assaulted! No!
I could hear someone.
Oh, there's someone behind us. Someone behind us.
Dude, he shot me. I'm dead.
Let's get him. Shoot.
Oh, watch out! Oh, run!
Oh, we're getting shot at. Oh, I see him from the window.
Okay, there's two of them now.
I'm dead. Oh, 2 hearts.
Get this first guy. Target this guy over here. We got him.
Oh shoot, you died.
Alright, let's go.
This is the teammate, the green teammate.
There's somebody behind you.
Come on, run.
was fast-paced, densely packed with buildings, and offered
the
a
first time in your life?
high-risk/high
Yeah.
reward playstyle for players. I don't know whether it's true or not, but the island is completely done. Yo, they're all jumping.
YouTube gets boring after like 2 hours for me. I started watching not Doom Slayer. No, what am I saying? Demon Slayer. I started watching Demon Slayer actually. Because it got everything else kind of got a little bit boring. And Demon Slayer's it's been pretty good so far. I'm on the whatever it's called. The Entertainment District arc. And it actually is kind of mid. It's nowhere near as good as the Mugen Train. Is it me anymore? That's how it is with me. It's got to be like a documentary that's like really good. Someone got 13 days ago a PB of 9:49.
So I
speedrun.
guess I've been cooking recently. A
On
PB
Minecraft.
video is one of the few times I don't really plan to sit down and record a video. I just had a new personal best, and I just have to turn it into a video. At the very least, I need to document this, and it's so cool. I'm actually so proud with how I played this run because it wasn't the craziest pace I've ever been on. It's not the craziest world I've ever had, but there were a couple moments where I deal with a bit of crap and I deal with it well. I mean, obviously I get a little bit lucky with stuff because, like, you know, it's my PB, so that's always cool. And then the hour after I got it, it's just like you're on the high of a new PB. This doesn't happen every day, but it happened yesterday, and so we're making this commentary video. Yeah, I really didn't. Maybe I really should have thought about things to talk about. I'm going for the food here, which I think is the correct play. I have to mine it a bit weirdly though. Like if I just known how this is generating a bit better, I could have gotten to the food maybe a second or two earlier, but it's fine. I think I play it all right. And there's kelp already, so this is a pretty solid start. But from what I remember, okay, you'll just see it when we come up to it. So, ravine right here, right? It's looking promising. I've been playing RSG for a couple hours at this point. It's another standard run. It's 120. Get Flint first try. That's always nice. But the ravine looks terrible. Absolutely atrocious. I don't believe there's any lava behind it. I check there. I check here. No lava sounds. And so I know I'm just going to have to play out this light source that I see over here. Sure enough, there's some lava. Skeleton. Block it off with the doors. That's pretty good. But I realized there's basically zero lava here. So I decided to build my portal off to the side instead of like in the lava like you normally would, because I know that there's just like not that much lava here. And at this point, I don't even know why I'm filling it in, because I just know there's not enough lava. Take some lava fire damage, which is a little bit unfortunate. But there is lava over here. So I'm just left running back and forth like a, what is it? Like a mail boy. Wait, is that what you would call it? Like somebody who delivers mail? Sure, we'll go with that. Like a guy delivering mail, going back and forth, barely completing his portal. And it's an over 2-minute nether enter. I hardly ever have these, and it's the slowest enter of my session by far, but I see a fort. I see a fort instantly, and I have a bastion load pretty close. So I'm like, okay, obviously I'm going to play out this seed, but if you know me, but if you know me or have watched some of my RSG playing, you're like in the know, I'm kind of the RSG player that plays out way too much stuff. I play out way too many bad worlds. I probably force way too much stuff. A lot of people, most people would probably have reset by this point. It was 220 nether enter, oh, voice crack, 220 nether enter, which is already slow, and it's just a straight wall. But you know what? I persevere. I freaking destroy that pigman, and I start building up here. I've literally just gone through the secret tunnel. I went through like 3 secret tunnels, and all of a sudden I see the bastion. Now, it's not great pace. It's not great pace by now. We're at 320, not even in the bastion. It's going to be like a 330 enter, but it is housing, which is the best bastion. So I'm like, okay, maybe I save a little bit of pace here. I maybe could have played top down, but I decided to play mid down because it's so open right here. And there's a good argument to play top down so I could have a better chance of getting 20 obby, but I'm like, I'm just sending it. It's faster if I get the 20 obby, and we're playing RSG, so we'll see what happens. But also, I know I'm not going to go back through the secret tunnel or the 3 secret tunnels that I went through to get to the fortress. Because, like, yeah, sure, I saw it, but it was just so bad. It was a bad part of the fortress. It would have taken a while to dig back into. So right now I'm thinking, okay, I gotta figure out a different way to the fortress. I kind of know where it is, but I'm just gonna have to hope that the terrain opens up and I can find the fortress at some point. So I'm at all these blocks here, check my inventory to see if I have golden carrots, and I do, which is gonna save a lot of time in the end game. And I'm really trying to save all those golden carrots by eating my rotten flesh right now. Which honestly, I have 16 carrots. I didn't need to save it, but I guess technically it's a little bit better. Smack that pig, because he's not going to be able to smack me back, and I really just need to access that chest. So now I'm taking stock of my situation. I have so much bread. I have so many carrots. I have infinite food, basically. Pre-craft the bed for blaze bed. Check the trades. 17 obsidian. But still have some more gold, so I'm like, please give me 20 obsidian. I'm organizing again, craft some golden carrots. At this point, I can really just like throw out the bread, because if you're using more than 9 golden carrots and 7 regular carrots in a run, you're just doing something wrong at this point. And I get the 20 obsidian. And I'm just like, okay, I'm out. I can leave this little entryway here. I know the fort is roughly this direction. The terrain is just terrible though, and I think this is one of the coolest plays of this seed. I decide to do a lava pearl. And then I do a blind lava pearl, hit glorious terrain. You know what I see? I see the fortress. But it's still terrible terrain. How am I supposed to get there? Throw 1 blind pearl. Or sorry, another lava pearl. Blind pearl, 2 blind pearl, and look where this lands, bro. Actually, goat behavior here. Double blind pearl onto the fortress. All of a sudden, I'm in the fortress. Sub 6 minutes. This can potentially PB. Honestly, probably not really. This is like kind of slow for a PB, but you know what? It's a PB, so obviously it wasn't slow enough. I kill 1 wither skeleton. I scan for the the blaze spawner, and I'm not even gonna be at the blaze spawner before 6 minutes, which is kind of crazy. Like my fastest nether leave is sub 6 minutes, so I would have been out by now. But I just like haven't even gotten a single blaze rod. So I got my first blaze rod at 6:15, and look at that. Did you see that? Did you actually see that? That lava management was low-key insane. Dude, the reactions to place the blocks there, get rid of the lava, super important, because like lava will increase the light level, and then you'll get less blazes to spawn. So pretty proud of that play. Just filling in the blaze spawner area, and there's just so many blazes on me. I don't know what my rates are, but obviously they're good because this is a PB. I think this guy drops, and then I'm going to be up to 4 rods. No, just kidding. He doesn't drop, so I only have half the rods I need. It's still sub 7 minutes though, so it's like in my head I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. I'm shooting for sub 7 minute blinds. If I get a sub 7 minute blind, I could make that work here. But oh no. It's 7 minutes already. So I'm pre-crafting, but I still only have 6 rods. So I decided to build my first portal. You want to overlap all of your stuff while you're waiting for blazes to spawn. Get my boat on my hotbar, and then there's 2 more blazes to kill.
No idea.
And honestly, I don't really
Lots,
remember
apparently.
if they both drop. Oh, they do. That guy drops. This guy drops. Oh, and this guy must drop too. Right? Yeah? I actually couldn't tell. But if that guy drops, then I have all of the pearls I need, and this could be a really clean end game because I have golden carrots. So I measure my eyes here. It's over an ocean, so I know I can burn 1 pearl to pick up the eye, which is what I end up doing here. No, I only have 2 blaze rods. Okay, so I still gotta get 1 more. Throw a pearl straight up. It's gonna hit the portal, and then I'm back in. Manage my inventory a little bit. Get another fire res on the hotbar. Now we have obsidian, but it's 750. It's 750, and I'm not even leaving. Wait, no, just kidding. I am leaving here. Wait, I thought I left on 6 rods. Am I trolling? I'm not sure, but I'm really proud of these pearls. Super aggressive pearls. I know I can do that, though, because I have so much food, but I check my inventory here. I'm like, uh-oh, I only have 13 pearls.
Yeah.
That's not a ton. Usually you want to have a couple more than 12 to, like, 0 cycle, because that's what I really want to do, but I'm already at quartz. Phenomenal nav to quartz. Like, I'm really proud of that. And we're in the stronghold. 825. Now, my personal best is 954 at this point, so I need a really fast stronghold nav. I get a pretty good spike, but go the wrong direction here. decide to not commit this way. Even though I get the spike, I just don't like it. I see that this warps back into the stronghold. I'm like, please, 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 stronghold. And there it is. Sorry, not
400? I know,
and there it is.
401.
And it doesn't even feel that crazy. Like, barely under 9 minutes end enter, but it just is PB pace.
Finally got 400. It's so nice.
You jump to fill in the last eye so that you start eating. You saw right there, it's like a little eating glitch. So I ate as I'm digging blocks here. I don't know if that made a ton of sense. Point is, I did something cool on end enter, and now we're purling to do a 0. But on the last pearl, I realized I don't have enough pearls.
I didn't realize I didn't have 4 pearls. Oh, I thought I was just like fine. No. Last?
After 100 hours, we have 500? I think so. It's gonna take me a bit more than 100 hours, I think, to get to 500. The rounds are about an hour and 15 minutes to an hour and 20 minutes. It depends on a lot of its dog luck as well. If I get like 20 dog rounds or 25 dog rounds throughout all of this. 15 more hours to 300. Ooh, nice. That's like what? It's like what, 7 rounds for you? 8 rounds? Your rounds are so long. Your rounds are still longer than my rounds. 291? Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, 9 more rounds in. An hour and 40 minutes. Oh my gosh. That's brutal. When the rounds take that long, it kind of sucks. It's horrible? Yeah. I've been taking a break. After every single round I complete in this game, I take a break for like 10, 15 minutes. I don't run 4 waves. Yeah, it gets up there once you get to way higher rounds, yeah. And Mex is playing Alpha, which is, I think, what, the slowest map on Black Ops 4, or at least it is early game. I know later in the game, it's, I think, second slowest. It's a slow map. It's a very slow map. So. Oh, Max, did you see the new update stuff coming to Phasmophobia? There's the like that whatever recorder, some of the maps and stuff. I'm excited for that. I want that to come out, and they're like revamping the whatever it's called, the evidence board, whatever it's called. You can't do like 10 or 9 salt pictures anymore. It's just gonna be sad.
No! I think I threw PB. Wait, what?
That's the one thing about Bedrock Edition, though, on Minecraft, which is better than Java. Bedrock Edition, the Ender Dragon fight is 10 times easier. If you stand on, like, the north, like one of the north sides or something, you can almost always get the Ender Dragon to perch. I've had it. I have gone into the end before. Like, this is on the creative world. Friend Cyber, I think either Cyber or Thanos, whatever, one of the two, they put me into the end. Nothing in my inventory. Not a thing. And I was able to get out. I was able to kill the dragon and get out.
That's my PB. No, wait. No way this is PB. There's no way.
You're kidding. Dude, the RTA is not soft.
And Dragon my game, yeah.
Dude, you're actually kidding.
Ender Dragon flying
There's
around.
no way I peep.
Oh, okay.
Mojang have recently been experimenting with the way that
Mumbo
Minecraft
jumbo.
Redstone works. Changes to the way that Minecraft Redstone updates have made new things possible, but also some old things impossible. But generally speaking, these changes only really affect the cutting edge of Redstone contraptions. At least, that's what I thought. On December the 24th, 2012, I released my magnum opus, this incredibly simple hidden crafting bench system. But as you can see, in the latest version, it does not work. This redstone dust used to cause an update to this piston, making it realize it was powered, causing it to extend, but that no longer happens. And this briefly ruined my week. And I say briefly because I placed a block here, and then the machine started working. And you may think, well, that makes sense because now obviously the redstone is powering the piston.
That. Yeah.
But look a little bit closer. The redstone is powering the piston that isn't extended. I'm now starting...
Wait, what? Wouldn't it be the lever which is hard powering the block below it, which would be which would be powering the block to the right?
Understand why people have troubles with redstone. Certain bits are completely illogical. This whole system relies entirely on this block. This piston is currently being powered by this block. This redstone unpowering is what updates this piston to tell it should be powered. And then this redstone powering on is what's telling this piston that this block is now unpowered. Why this block makes a difference in the latest update, I actually don't really know. And it does mean that now, if you cause an update to this piston, then it does actually break the contraption because this piston realizes that it's being powered over here. How have I managed to make two redstone components and two pistons confusing? For the first time ever, things were not really quite simple. And so begins my quest to continually improve the hidden crafting bench. I genuinely think I can actually make this thing smaller. It will be a little bit more expensive, but I think I can get the footprint to fit within the space created by these pistons. It's going to rely on the same logic, but it's going to use a slightly different system. You see, when I designed this, the observer didn't even exist in the game, but I think this should work. There it is. Okay, I've managed to make it smaller. And the way that this functions actually makes sense, even if it doesn't look like it does. So, effectively, still the same thing is going on. This piston is being powered by this block in the center, but the update telling the piston to extend is caused by this note block and then this observer sending a redstone signal into the piston. That is why there is a small amount of delay before it extends. So if you imagine you've got your wall, we're kind of in the backroom storage system here. If we stand on this pressure plate, our crafting bench can pop out, then we can step off it, and everything gets hidden away. Contrary to what many people believe, you don't often hide a crafting bench because you don't want people using your crafting bench. You hide a crafting bench because crafting benches don't fit in with the vibe of a lot of builds. Okay, what if I wanted to stack my hidden crafting benches up next to one another? Well, this is going to require a complete redesign of how my hidden crafting bench works, which, I mean, it's a pretty good little design. If we make it so that it's powered from the back, that means that we can tile them up next to one another, and then because pistons take a little while to extend but retract instantly, that should do everything that we need to make a hidden crafting bench. Okay, then I can run a redstone line down the back, and when I flick this lever, all of our useful blocks pop out of the ground. I gotta say, nice. That looks really, really cool. And then when I flick this lever again, everything gets hidden away. Nice and simple. But now that I think about it, if all of them are activating together, it could just be one circuit on the side with redstone lines connecting up all the pistons. Okay, let's quickly do that, and that...
His stomach, that's literally how it works. The way to a guy's heart is through his stomach. That's like the saying.
That all seems to be working pretty nicely. And gosh, does this redstone contraption make sense. This makes so much sense. But what if I don't want them all to pop out at once? What if I say I want to access just my fletching table? Now I know what you're thinking. Surely, you know, you've got this system right here. I mean, these are independent of one another, right? No. No, because this block right here Well, it powers this piston and this piston as well. And it breaks everything. So let's try our best to do something about that. And, you know, I am really getting the swing of things now, and I feel like I have a good idea. I think something just like this. Yes. Okay. So if I just want to pop out my crafting bench, bam, I can do that. If I just want my fletching table, flick that one, that's fine. I can then put my crafting bench away, and I can whip out this thing. My goodness, you could even put some observers on top and have copper bulbs. Okay, I couldn't help myself. I had to decorate this one. Look at this space age build. Crafting benches and smithing tables and things would not fit in this area. This is the correct way to do it. Come on now. This is so cool. I want one of these in my actual house. I forget Minecraft. I want this. And the pressure plates are definitely a nice touch. But I wonder if there's a way that I can make this button operated. Okay. A T flip-flop inside of a hidden crafting bench. Thankfully, we do have the copper bulbs, which are like built-in T flip-flops. It's a bit of a chunky one, but it does work. And this, again, this makes a lot of sense. It's not using any weirdness. So that's very cool, very nice, but it's being powered from the side, isn't it? In fact, to be honest, when you're not actually hiding your crafting bench to hide it, it's purely for decoration purposes. I mean, it feels like the lever should be in a better position than this. Okay, let's briefly go back to levers and see if we can change the input position again. What I really want is I want our input to be directly above where our crafting bench pops out. Gosh, this is actually going to be kind of hard. Actually, no, I take that back. I think I have an idea on how to do it. Yes, yeah, this is going to be easy. This is breezy. Yes. So it's the same as this design over here, but instead I've got this little circuit on top, which is just causing an update to an observer, which is causing this piston to spit out its block, which is allowing us to turn our hidden crafting bench on and off. And because it is based on this system over here, it means that we can stack these things up next to one another. This is a gift that keeps on giving. I think we can all agree that this is an incredibly satisfying little redstone contraption. 2012 me would not have believed his little teenage eyes. But also, 2012 me would have probably taken issue with these levers. I did not like levers at the time. I wanted everything to be button operated, and that is still the case, so let's fix that. Again, I'm just going to base the design on this one over here. I just need to get a T flip-flop to fit in this space. Copper bulb is kind of out of the question. Well, I guess it isn't? No, it isn't. No, this works. This is working really nicely. Or if we wanted to mix things up and make it slightly cheaper, you could do this with mangrove roots, but I think the grate looks cooler. You could probably do something like this. Oh, I do kind of like having water in redstone contraptions. What an incredibly satisfying little redstone build this is. I'm actually going to decorate the thing. Look at this. How cool is this? I want to build this immediately on the Hermitcraft server. There is no need for this build to exist, but equally I want it a lot. But I guess as decorative and as beautiful as this thing is, it's not really hiding anything anymore. It's just more making a nice decorative feature of a redstone contraption. What if we genuinely wanted to hide away our crafting benches? Well, then attaching a redstone torch key to it could be the move. Okay, let's have a think about this. So this is our floor level, and then, yeah, our torch key device needs to be activated there, because I'd like it to activate on the block that is going to pop up. What happens here? That actually works, and that's a really small redstone torch key. Accidentally came up with a new design there. Excellent. Would then attaching something like this to it work? Oh my goodness, yes. That's pretty ridiculous. Okay. That is really, really cool. So if you picture, we've got our little hidden area here, but if I place down a redstone torch, then an emergency fletching table pops up out of the ground. Oh my goodness, I just managed to make it even smaller. This is stupid. So there we have it. We've kind of got one for everyone there. Builds that are as simple as possible. We've got multi-swappers, we've got individual swappers, we've got button-operated ones, lever-operated ones, button-operated from above ones, and even hidden ones. Your crafting benches are now in safe hands and successfully hidden. I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, I want.
So I just came back from a climb and realized that the short I made in the app looks horrific. I recently tried to fix it by chaining my hand to my desk, but that didn't work, so I've been training. I've put in the hours. My pinky finger is stronger, more coordinated, more powerful than ever. And
I forgot that Mumble's like really good like with this stuff. With like film and
now finally. Oh yes. That is much better, isn't it? I've had a few questions about how I shot certain parts, so I thought it would be fun to just talk you through the process. The first thing is the orbiting pinky shot, which is something that I've always wanted to do on commercial projects or projects with clients, but I knew I would never be allowed to because, I mean, the setup is pretty lethal. I basically clamped a drill to the ceiling and then created an assortment of clamps that armed the camera out from the spinny bit of the drill. I'm sorry, I don't really know what it's called. And then I used my Pocket 6K Pro attached to the bottom of all of these clamps with my Lauer 12mm lens, which has a ridiculous close focus on it. And I essentially pulled the trigger on the drill and tried to keep my face out the way of the camera and my knuckles out the way of the lens, and then tried to spin it at the correct speed where it looked fast on camera, but wasn't gradually tearing itself apart. Because yeah, if this thing had pinged off of the drill and hit me in the face, I genuinely think it would have been serious injury. But given how janky and how DIY the setup was, I would say the shot ended up looking really cool. The next shot is me punching through the board with my pinky, and this actually got a remarkable number of people. There's a lot of people out there that think I can genuinely punch through boards of wood, but no, unfortunately it is a match cut. There's essentially two clips that are split just as my pinky goes through the board. There is a cut there, and to be honest, I'm really surprised it worked out because I basically did everything wrong. I kind of forgot what my end position was when I punched the board, because I effectively punched the board, and then we cut the camera, and then I had to drill a hole in the board, and then I had to go back to my end position and then push my pinky through the hole that I had just drilled, and we added in some sawdust into the hole as well, just to add to the effect. But yeah, I forgot what my end position was, so we kind of estimated it, and also the sun came out between the two shots, so the lighting kind of doesn't match up, and my position doesn't really match up, but weirdly, it kind of looks better that way because you get like an abruptness to it. And it's also great that I'm really bad at drilling through wood because look how horrendously split the backside of that board is. That was me trying my best. And then the final shot that I want to talk about is, of course, the pinky extension. This is all real. That is actually my pinky. Now, of course, I'm joking. This abomination was created by Vicky in ridiculously tight timelines. I came up with the idea the night before, and then we were shooting it that day, and she was making it and painting it while we were filming, which is pretty ridiculous, and it looks disgusting. I don't like having it in the house. The fingernail is such a horrible detail. It's all disgusting, but this does mean I now have the most hilarious pointer in the world. Like, if I ever need to point at something, either in a video or during a presentation, you best believe this is coming with me. The way we did the shot was really easy. I just had to fold my pinky underneath my hand, and then Vicky would come in with this thing and push it through the gap over to the shift key. And then in post, I just masked off the edge of my hand and then added in the camera move, and of course, added in the horrific sound design. I mean, I have far too many meat slide and meat cut sound effects on my computer now. I don't know what the legal limit is for how many you should have on a computer, but I think I've far surpassed it. So there we go. That is it. That is how, yeah, a little look behind the scenes on this ridiculous little short that we created. It was a silly idea that kind of all came together in one day. I had the idea at night and we shot it all the next day, and then it was ready to go the day after that. And it has gone on to be extremely popular. And I don't know how to feel about it.
TV3 is a free plugin that lets you edge a guy. What on earth?
Hold WCS Week 6 brought us the Korean Stage 1 playoffs, and even though it was only 6 matches, they were absolute bangers on all fronts. Also, as I'm recording this, I'm extremely close to 10k subs, so if you like this content, consider subscribing. And with that said, these are my best and worst plays of the week. Starting off with the biggest game, Team Falcons vs. Whack, who are only pretending to have ass branding this whole time and are actually Crazy Raccoon. This game might have been a 4-2 Falcons win, but it was actually closer than you'd expect. I mean, the first round started with Stalker losing in alt charge to the point percentage. Bro was even moving like Bonnie, trying to hit the Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare on Shu, and he still got his ass slept. Shu ain't even looking in your direction and had to hit a 135-degree turn, yet he still isn't even below half. While Fielder's out here tapping into the 4th dimension to land sleep darts through time, Stalker is putting up Tony Snell numbers in the first round of grand finals. Sometimes rounds like these are so tragic they can really stay with you through the rest of the series. Even Lip was still feeling for Bro multiple maps later and tried to make it up to him by committing whack on whack violence and taking Heesang out. He didn't even drop the package off at his home. He brought it straight to Heesang to ensure its timely arrival. If this Overwatch thing stops working out for Lip, UPS should poach him right away, because you cannot let talent like this slip by. But other than that side hustle, Lip was 100% locked in and doing more for his team than that one Vancouver series does for Kariv's legacy. Throughout this tournament, Proper would consistently get picks while hitting 3-2-1 windows like he's Count Von Count, or hacking the enemy comms to
let's
land Pulse
round.
and Irony just before he has.
Let's go. I don't even need a shield. All right, please give me dogs. Please give me dogs. I want dogs. Please, please, please. Yes! Huge. I got dogs. Let's go. Oh, now the map's even darker. Holy crap, man. Look at that. Weird. All right. I had... Wait, what round am I on? 146 dogs? Okay, real quickly. 402 dogs? Okay, cool. So... dogs. Nice. I've been getting some decent, I'm getting a little bit luckier on my dogs right now. It's about basically half and half though. I had a bad dog. I had one good one so far. 2, 3 good ones with one. I'm 50-50 right now on my dogs. 392, 396. Oh wait, no. I'm 4 to 3. 4 to 3 for it. Nice. All right, round 403. I will not get dogs for another 5 hours. It'll be a while. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in 25, 30 minutes. So, yeah. Oh. Okay.
It looks more like what Mojang published, with the peak at 232. If you dug out our hole here with Fortune 3, you would get 14,000 blocks of iron. For humans, about 24 blocks on a side. What I found interesting about this graph was that even though there are much fewer blocks above Y70, 62% of the iron was up there. A lot of that is exposed in the surface, and there's coal there too. So mountains are just really great for early game mining. Real mountains do not have more iron as you go up, and we'll talk more about that in a bit. But I assume they added more iron up there just for gameplay design, so players had more of a reason to adventure up there. People are already probably screaming at me about iron veins. So let's go talk about those. I didn't forget about them. I removed them from generation of this area, but they're the only feature that I generated over in this area. So iron veins are my favorite way of collecting iron in the early game. I edited the world generation here to remove the tough blobs down in the deep slate, as well as all of the normal.
Hi. I took like an hour break, is what it was, but I feel better though.
All of the normal iron. So the only thing we have left are iron veins.
Yeah, I had no idea ZWC4 was going on. I literally had no idea ZWC4 was going on. I don't think it's worth it to restart, though, for Helion. I personally think. I assume it's what he's restarting for? I don't think it's worth restarting for the... I mean, obviously the challenges to some extent. But because it's only a 163 speedrun and no major bugs happen up until then, you pretty much have everything in the game at your disposal to use. Dude, Jake should go for this. He'd absolutely violate everyone in it. Oh my gosh, yeah, dude, Jake would absolutely violate everyone in this. Give this guy like maybe an extra week of practice. Oh, it's over. It's over. He'd win. He'd go like sub 10 hour for this.
This is also the only location you can find natural bean blocks. Code-wise, these structures are using interactions of noise to determine the shape, similar to how Minecraft caves are generated. Finding these while playing is just one of the best feelings. Almost an endless supply of iron. They come in a few sizes, and this one is considered medium. They only form below Y0, and they are mostly tough, which is my first critique of these structures. In real life, tuff is an igneous rock, and specifically a deposit of volcanic ash. It can be produced by almost any type of volcano. Below ground, magma is under a lot of pressure, and it has a lot of gas.
Alright, I'm only going to play this one round here, and I'm going to be done for a little bit after this here. I'll come back later tonight and play more, because usually I get more motivated to play when it's later, so that's what I'll do.
Gases dissolved in it. When they rise up to the surface, that pressure lessens and those gases can start to come out of solution, and this causes bubbles and explosions. This can send a lot of particles up in the air, and this is what we call ash. It's not really burnt material. Ash falls down eventually and accumulates in layers. It can be very hot still, and
Hello! Howdy. What did I get? Oh, double points. Of course.
Begin to flow sometimes. If a geologist is talking about tough, it's common to use igneous rock terms to talk about mineralogy, but sedimentary rock terms to describe the appearance of the rock and structures in it, which are usually horizontal layers that were once at the surface. So what's it doing down there in worm shapes with a bunch of iron in it? That's a...
Oh, no, that's fine. You're no, that's no problem. You're fine. I'm just playing in here for the 5 minutes I get to while I have ammo until I have to knife for the remaining hour. I could get 2 more. Maybe. No, I will not. Never mind.
Great question. It makes about as much sense as having pockets of dirt underground. And these are also called veins, but veins in geology are something else entirely. Veins are normally planar features in rock. A crack will form due to a fault or some other tectonic stress, and I've set up this little demonstration here. This is much...
Oh, they're doing insane? Yeah. I have probably maybe 1,000, maybe 1,200. Oh, I'm out of ammo. 1,000, maybe 1,200 hours on this map. I have no idea. Well, thank you, though. Thank you. It's going to be like this for the next 200 hours. 285 hours, I think. I'll be doing this. So, oh boy.
Much larger than in real life, but these are 2 walls of a fracture. In real life, they would run out like up and down and front and back. And for it to actually be filled with minerals, you need some sort of fluid bringing in elements that the minerals are going to grow from. So everything I show you is actually going to be taking place in water. I'll start with amethysts here. They start growing on the walls, and the vein gradually grows inward. You commonly have a mirror of growth on each side of a vein. Amethyst is a purple variety of quartz that gets its color from iron. If the iron content in the water drops, the crystals would lose their color and just become regular quartz. And we can see that change of geofluid preserved in the crystals that are growing in the vein. My point being that veins are mostly planar structures and not curvy. We have calcite veins in Minecraft. There's a few over here, and they're a little bit closer to what you would expect a vein to look like in real life. Just not that large, in most cases. Whoa, Fox Mountain. Tons of bees over there too, oh my god. Lots of bees. Alright, let's bring our vein up and get a better look at it. If it was a vein, the material making it up would be a mineral, not a rock. Common minerals that form veins in real life are calcite and quartz, which we have in the game already, but I don't think they would look good in the structure. I ended up trying it, it just clashes too much with everything else going on down there. Fluorite is another common vein-forming mineral, and it can come in a wide range of colors. Green and purple are common varieties that might actually look good down there. If we consider these structures not veins, then there's already a better option in the game. Basalt. Specifically the smooth variety. The shape of these veins remind me of magma conduits. Magma from deep underground is working its way up and takes the path of least resistance. It could even be that it filled old caves when it found a cavity. The other vein variety uses granite and copper, which I'll talk about in their episode, but basalt is a mafic rock, meaning it has more iron than other volcanic rocks. And if you wanted to add new rocks into the game, I would add an ultramafic rock like dunite or Harzbergite and use that. Just anything except tough. Our vein here had 2,184 ore and 47 raw iron blocks. If mined with Fortune 3, you would get about 5,228 ingots or 580 blocks of iron. So as I did with the original ore video, I want to compare the ore found in these deposits to what Earth actually produced last year. So let's go to a bigger dimension. Earth's production in 2023 was 1.5 billion metric tons, which would convert to a cube 588 meters on a side. I did this in the general ore episode too, but some new tech came out since then that allows me to actually display it all. So let me load up this area. Truly, an epic amount of material. To think that we mine and use this much iron nearly every single year. And this isn't even the amount of ore that we mine, this is just the finished product. The total ore that we mine was 2.6 billion tons, or about 160% larger than this. From up here, the tallest mountains in Minecraft are just tiny little things. And I also edited the world gen in this dimension so they don't cap at 256. This peak here is the tallest peak, and it caps at 295 blocks. I was curious where we actually use this much iron each year, so let's head down and take a look. I'm getting my numbers from the World Steel Association's 2023 publication. And so, 2% go to domestic appliances like dishwashers, washing machines, stoves, things like that. 3% goes into electrical equipment. 5% goes into transportation that's not cars, and 10% falls into metal products, forks, cans, tools, other hardware, things like that. 12% goes into automotive, so cars, trucks, things like that. 16% was used for mechanical equipment, things like cranes and other things, other large pieces of equipment. And then by far the largest, 52% went into building and infrastructure. So things like bridges, railways, buildings, all that sort of thing. In case you were wondering, the estimates for total usable iron on Earth are 230 billion tons. And so if we are mining 1.5 billion tons a year, we have about 153 years of new iron left. And that's only if demand stays the same, which it won't. If demand keeps rising the way it has been, then we only have about 70 years of new iron left. Luckily, we can recycle it. And so where do we get this just incredible amount of iron from? There isn't native iron in nature, like you can't just find a chunk of pure iron. If you do, you know it's man-made. All iron ore has other elements with it, and the process of refining and smelting is concentrating and getting rid of the things we don't want. Even though it's sunk into the core during the Great Iron Catastrophe, it's still common in Earth's crust, about 5.6%, and it's in a lot of minerals, and therefore in a lot of rocks. This piece of granite has about 3% iron, this amethyst has less than 1%, and this eclogite has about 6% iron. But what makes an ore is that the element or material we want can be extracted and is worth the time and effort of mining and refining to a usable state. The iron ores we mine on Earth are some of the highest yield of any ores. Currently, an iron ore needs to be at least 25 to 60% pure iron to be economically viable, which means we are mining nearly pure iron minerals with nothing else in them. I have some common iron ore.
Oh
minerals
yeah,
we can look at.
150
this
hours.
One is
Look at
magnetite,
that.
and as you might expect, a magnet is strongly attracted to it. And you can find natural samples that are magnetic, called
One
lodestones.
second. Glowstone? They did turn it on. What the heck? My parents are out shopping right now. And I go upstairs real quickly. And the oven's on. And I'm like, what? Why is the oven on? They turned on the oven remotely.
This
3
is
rounds
hematite.
later? Yeah. Okay, I took like an hour break, though, as well. So I'm only on 403. I'm going to play this round out, and then I'm going to be done for the time being. I'll come back later tonight. Probably play another 3-4 rounds. I don't know. Depends how I feel. I'll play to my next dog round tonight. Which will be, so about 406, 407. Not too long, but... 3 how? 3... that'd be 6 hours in one day still. It's not a horrible amount. 6 hours in one day. Do you know that ZWC4 is happening right now? I had no idea. I actually had no clue that ZWC4 was happening. The Zombie World Championship thing. What on earth? I never got any notification. I'm on both Discords as well. I never got any notification for anything. Which is insanely weird. Unless that's on Wonder's Discord. Yeah, hold on, wait. And there's a bunch of challenges for it as well now. Let me pull up Twitter here real quick. Where's Twitter? There it is. Oh, hold on. Let's see here. Search. Z Wonder C4. Yes, I hear the challenges. So there are solo challenges and duo challenges we can do. Solo, there's Black Ops 1, no power, or Black Ops 1 Moon, no power. Black Ops 2 Origins is just a high round, flat out nothing else, a high round. Black Ops 4 has an Ancient Evil insta-kill speedrun, so you have to get to round 163 as fast as possible. Black Ops 2 is Buried 100 speedrun. Black Ops 3 is Horizon 2016 style, which I think I know what that is. I think that's going to be where you play in one room with the knights and everything. Black Ops 3 Zetsubo no Shima Rampage Inducer mod, 50 speedrun. Weird. Black Ops 1 Winter Wonderland First Room. World at War Halloween custom map. Oh my gosh. Then there's also so if this is for the duo challenges, we have Black Ops 1 Call of the Dead high round. Black Ops 2 Die Rise high round. Why would people... Wait, why would they do a Die Rise high? I can't imagine anyone's going to be playing that. Cold War D Machine high round? Oh, wait, these are duo, though. Hold on, these are 2-player. D Machine high round? Shangri-La high round classics? Oh, okay. I'll say I know why they put that in there, but never mind. Black Ops 3 The Giant, no power. Zetsubo no Shima, 100 speedrun. Black Ops 4, 9 God Tower hardcore. Okay. The Great Escape custom map. These are kind of some cringe challenges, I'm not gonna lie. These challenges are actually kind of garbage, I think. I want a ZWC where it's only solo again.
Which looks similar, but does not attract a magnet. This is a sample of Limonite, another common ore. I don't have a sample of Siderite ore, but I do have an ironstone concretion. It's being held together by Siderite, and this one is from Mason Creek, Illinois. They are famous for having fossils inside them. This one has part of a plant, and here's another one that has a fern preserved in it. Hematite comes in a few varieties. This is a sample of specular hematite, and it's from the Republic mine in Upper Peninsula, Michigan, which I visited last summer. It was an open pit mine, and the ore body was tabular and nearly 1 kilometer thick. It was active from the late 1800s to the mid 1900s, and even though the ore was 88% iron oxide, it was considered a low-grade deposit. There are still some tailing piles around the lake. Most
You're
of the
the
pieces
worst.
there have bands of
Dude, Zombie, you need to play the... You know, ZWC4's out. You need to play the... You need to replay your hardcore game. You have to replay it and win. Replay your Ancient Evil 163 game. Speedrun. Or, like, just do that. Absolutely demolish everyone else in it. I know you're really good at min-maxing everything. You have to.
specular hematite, alternating with these layers of quartz or chert. These types of deposits are called banded iron formations, commonly just shortened to BIF, and they are what we mine on an industrial level. They are my favorite type of rock for a lot of different reasons, and I have a decent collection of them. This is a sample from Ishpeming, Michigan. It's 1.9 billion years old. This sample is from Hammersley Range in Western Australia. It's 2.5 billion years old. This is a sample from Ely, Minnesota, and it's 2.7 billion years old. And then this sample is from Greenland. It is 3.8 billion years old. It is a sample of the oldest known BIF. Nearly all banded iron formations in the world are between 1.5 and 3.8 billion years old, and there are none being produced today. Outside of that window, there was only a brief period of time during the cryogenian snowball Earth that a few small ones were produced. But the most abundant time for banded iron formations took place around 2.5 billion years ago, and some of these formations are 3 kilometers thick. So, what was going on in Earth's history to produce these formations, and why aren't they forming now? Let's go back in time and take a look. I normally don't show unfinished works in videos, but I'm making an exception here because the important parts are done for what we are talking about. This is a reconstruction of geologic time. We are at the present here, and each block moving in this direction is 1 million years. Alongside this path is a diorama representing what Earth looked like at
Block
that
up
time.
6,200
Myself
Oh, that's
and a group
good.
of people over on the Discord have been working on it, and for right now, it's mostly vanilla blocks, but we will be adding custom blocks and mobs into the world soon. And
I was gonna say, did you know that there's a ZWC4 happening? I had no idea. I had no idea until I saw Ganon went live. So, that's kind of cool. I mean, there's really nothing good. There's not many good challenges for Black Ops 4. There's a 2-player, 9-tower hardcore, so a recycled challenge from last year. Or last one. Faster ways to use Ice Staff? Wait, there are? I haven't actually touched Black Ops 6 since I completed the Tomb Easter egg. I do want to try a high round on it at some time, though. The Tomb is by far the most interesting map for high rounds for me. Because of the lack of having to use the... whatever perk it's called. Or not perk, but the... You don't have to use the mutant injection. Like, it's like you can have one as a backup just in case something goes wrong, but... I really like that. I really like that. You can spam 2 charge shots and one on the right. Oh my gosh. Of course you can. What they need to do, I really still think they need to do this. There needs to be like an audible way to tell that the Ice Staff is charged. Because there's no way currently to really know that the Ice Staff is fully charged or not. Like, there needs to be a click somewhere. It's bad design, I think. Especially, usually, like, on Black Ops 3, you had those, like, little lights on the staff that would, like, you know, shine and everything as you charge it to, like, 1, 2, and 3. But that's not on here this time, so... Those just keep spinning, so...
And I'll be making a series of videos from this in the future. But for now, let's get back to iron. From where we stand now, we can see the end of the Cretaceous, the end of the age of dinosaurs, only 66 blocks away in the green there. As we accelerate in a boat on blue ice, we pass by it in almost 3 seconds. In 13 seconds, we will have passed the Cambrian, the geologic period that saw a dramatic
Cambrian
radiation of life,
explosion.
and the time that many major groups of animals alive today, like
You
our
save like
group,
2
the
seconds. Hey,
vertebrates,
2 seconds is
evolved.
2 seconds though.
We are traveling at almost 73 million years per second. And at this speed, we will still be traveling for over a minute to get to our destination. We will soon be leaving the Proterozoic, passing the time of peak banded iron formation 2.5 billion years ago, and entering the Archean. We will keep
Oh, that's what
sailing
I
through
heard.
time
Wait, hold on. I'm
past
gonna
the
go
age
to
of the
the
banded iron
Archean.
formations
Be right
to
back.
see what conditions were
Which
like
is how you're able to
before they
spawn
formed.
kill?
Almost
Good point,
to
yeah.
the beginning of Earth.
Okay. 40-hour game or maybe 45. Sub 50 would be crazy. That's Black Ops 4 pace right there.
Earth.
I'll have to try it out if that's the case.
Welcome to the Hadean Eon, the first of Earth's 4 major divisions of time. This one begins with the formation of Proto-Earth and includes the impact that formed the moon, and the oldest minerals we have found on Earth are from this time. Soon after Earth's formation, the surface temperatures would have been somewhere around 1,000 degrees C. Where I am now, 4.3 billion years ago, the temperature would have cooled down to around 300 degrees C. And even though we are above the boiling point of water on Earth in modern times,
I feel like 999 is... I don't know, what would I say? The tomb right now, it's like the Mauer Toten of the game. It's one of the easiest maps. By far. I'll be scrolling through TikTok and I'll see people on like 800 something on that. But they won't be live on Twitch, they won't be live on YouTube. It was only on TikTok. They only stream it on TikTok. So they are not doing it for records. They are doing it just because they can. It's actually insane. So close to being pushed to 1 hour. Oh my gosh. 1 hour, 100 speedruns, vile. There's a live event in Fortnite right now. That's neat. ZWR Rampage with gums? What does that even look like? Oh, there's people I'm seeing on TikTok who are just getting like 999, but I'll go look at their page and everything, like socials, and they won't be streaming on YouTube, they won't be streaming on Twitch. They are simply doing it for the love of the game, and that is insane to me. That it's crazy how accessible 999 is on the tomb, and specifically just the tomb. It's not like you see the normal, like an average person getting to 999 on on like Terminus or something. That's difficult. I wonder what the Fortnite event is though. What? I'm watching it right now. It's fast, yeah. It's incredibly fast. Especially with, also you have save and quit. I love, the save and quit is still the best part about Black Ops 6. That is the best part. .103 is 103.06. How much further can it realistically be pushed though? A sub 1 hour would go so hard though. That'd be cool. Guess who's the record? I don't know. What, Ganon maybe? I don't know. Ganon, I swear, always has a record. Probably like Ganon. Tacos. Okay, that too. Actually, no, yeah, that makes sense. I've seen Tacos have been playing that game a lot. I was actually kind of just thinking about Ganon, so. Except Terminus, yeah. Terminus is, it's a nice difficulty. It's a really good difficulty, I think. I tried it myself. The highest round I've ever done on Black Ops 6 so far has been like when the game first came out. I got like a 130 something. What on earth am I watching? I'm watching the TikTok. I'm watching the Fortnite live event on TikTok right now, and it is the weirdest looking thing. Terminus event? I think so too. It's just two like ninjas fighting. like a samurai, and then it's like Midas fighting. It's weird. This is kind of a mid-event. Does anything even happen? Oh wait, no, it's that big like shonen guy, whatever his name is. The little mini-boss on the map. That everyone flies up to that one island and I just pick him off because people don't have awareness at all. Or they lose the awareness of like a turtle. This is the most mid event I've seen in a while. Is that it? They had a little fight in the air and that's it? Does anything happen? Did he by chance use the hand cannon at any point during the game? Oh wait, no. No, there was some stuff about that actually. I think I could have swore I saw some stuff about that. On the, hold on. Let me find it real quick here. That was Sparks there. Let me see here. No worries. Energy mine? Oh, okay. Well, let me look it up here. DEVIO. Wait, let me look up by messages. Media. Nope. Messages. DEVI. No. What the heck? I could have swore there was. Odd. I could have swore there was something about that, though. Oh, no. Wrong guy. Never mind. Someone used hand cannon on 600. How do you feel about... Wait, how do you feel about you will knife like this for 370 more hours? It won't be 370. It's only going to be 270, thankfully. I'm going to turn on Pack-a-Punch for the last 94 hours. So it makes it feel a little bit better, but 270... Tomato at that point. I don't have to do this the rest of the game. Like, if I turned on Pack-a-Punch right now, my game would crash at about 100 or 220 or 240 hours probably. So, it's about 94 hours after you turn on Pack-a-Punch your game crashes. I was gonna turn it on at 435 and be extra safe with it, but I don't know. The earlier I turn it on, the better. Every like round, if I turn it on like an hour, like 5 hours early, that would probably save me a total like 10 rounds maybe. Right now my rounds would only be about probably, I don't know, about 75% faster. So what's 70 or actually no, about 35% fast. 50? It's not 50. It'd be about 60, 70. Make sure to hit the first reset. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. The goal is I want to be able to get to the highest round I physically can, and also hit reset. So either one of two things is gonna happen. Either the game's gonna crash because of Pack-a-Punch, and if that happens, I'll know how, because the game just goes, it crashes. You get a blue screen, right? But if the game black screens, it will just, everything will freeze for a split second, and then it'll go black, and I can't even do anything. I'll still be in the game, though. As long as I time, what I'm doing with, let's see, wait, actually, let me count real quick. What's 522 minus 94? Or 522 minus 94? So if I turned it on at 428 hours, that would give me 94 hours. I don't want to do that. So if I'll say I do 435, that will be 7 hours more. So 94 minus 7. That would give me 87 hours. Okay, actually, I'm gonna turn Pack-a-Punch on at 438 hours instead. From what I've heard, that 84 hours is like the bare minimum. Like, you won't crash. Like, you could crash at 84 hours. What would you do if those? What would you do with these 10? Wait, do with these 10 rounds when the game crashes and you wasted 500 hours? I'll be happy still. Like, the game will be pretty much maxed out, or the map will be. I can't imagine anyone's ever gonna want to play like this as long as I am. Maybe someone will. I don't know. They might. You won't crash? Yeah. I'll be extra careful when I turn on Pack-a-Punch. I'll make sure... Here's what I'll do. I definitely want to play... I do want to play it safe. I don't want to crash because of Pack-a-Punch. But I have never seen the map crash. I've never seen the map crash for anything under 84 hours with Pack-a-Punch. I've seen 89 hours before, which is why I'm kind of hesitant to do 435. And I think Mex Mora crashed at 89 hours before, so... Would be double viewer reset? Yeah, it would be. It would also be the first technical, like, high-round speedrun on the game. The map would become a speedrun. Got the tactical on. The what? So you'll make it 84? Yeah, I'll probably do 80. I want to be safe with it, so I'll probably... Here's what I'll do. I'm going to be safe with it, and I'll turn it on at 440 hours. That puts me at 82 hours, which I've never seen it... Oh, yeah, I got tactical on. I pressed circle to knife, yeah. I'll do that. I'll turn it on at 440 hours. That gives me 82 hours of with Pack-a-Punch, which I've never seen it crash for anyone from that point, or that quickly. That'll guarantee that I can play fast for at least for, you know, a good 80 hours. About 82 hours, yeah. While also making sure that the game crashes because of the map reset. So, that's what I'll do. I'll do that, yeah. I'll do 440 hours. So, I still have another 290 hours to go, though. Yeah, it's a lot, but I'll get over it. I know, this is flawless right now. This is all flawless. That's the best part. I want this game to be flawless. I want this entire game to be flawless. I've used maybe about 14 to 15 Dying Wishes, and I've used about 7 or 8 anywhere but here's, but it is flawless still. So here's the thing. Let me get you guys' opinion on this. So given that I do make it to 440 hours and I turn on Pack-a-Punch, I'm going to have to trade out my soda perk, because right now my soda perk is Time Slip. I'll have to trade that back out for PhD. That's fine, because I'll be using explosives, so, you know, that's whatever. But my brew perk, should I make that Time Slip, or should I make it Bandolier Bandit? I won't be able to use my special weapon because it'll still be insta-kill rounds. But do I make it Time Slip or Bandolier Bandit? Time Slip, I'll get more Wraith Fires to throw more often, meaning I'll use less ammo. But Bandolier Bandit, I get an entire 2 extra mags in my, whatever it's called, the Trebuchet, per ammo run. And also, you know, more mags in my Helion. That is something I am wondering. Which one should I do? Yeah, so the Dying Wish cooldown does increase forever. So it's kind of like this. So your very first cooldown will be 9 minutes. So, oh no, I activated Dying Wish, 9-minute wait. The next one will be 2 minutes longer. So Dying Wish number 2 activates, it'll be an 11-minute cooldown. Take that 11 minutes and then add 3 to it. So Dying Wish number 3 will be 14. So pretty much just do your previous Dying Wish cooldown plus, like, +1. So it'll be... hold on. The best way I can explain it is actually just by doing this. Hold on. We're going to do this here. We're going to do paint. So it starts at 9, then it goes to 11, then it goes to 14. So we got 1, 2, 3. So this will be 4 here. 18. So 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be 23. So basically it does +2, +3, +4, +5. It's just like that. Every single cooldown, it adds an extra minute to it. So the first one's +2 minutes, then it's 3, +4, +5. You just do that for so on and so forth. So you could do this all. There's probably some equation you could do for it. I don't know. But that's generally how it works. It's pretty easy. So the next one would be +6 here, which would be 29 minutes. Would be your next. Oh my gosh. But you get 29 minutes. So it's a really easy, pretty easy thing to follow. So it would go, yeah, 9, 11, 14, 18, 23. It's not too... I didn't understand it at all. I had to ask, I think, Bean Pod, whatever their name is, on the Black Ops 4 Discord, because I had no idea how it worked. I think I'm at 4. It's like basically it's like an hour and a half cooldown for me, and it adds like 15 to 16 minutes next time. It gets long really quick. I think they did some math on like your on your 30 something. I don't know what it was. Like on your 40th cooldown or something like that. It said that it would take a year. I don't know how long what cooldown it was though. It would take a year. I got about 30. I don't know. They said something about... I don't know what exactly number it was. Maybe I can go find it real quick. Posted a huge thing about it whenever I asked about it. Might be able to find it. Oh, here it is, here it is. So for it to take... Also, Dying Wish cooldown number 1025 would take a year. That's what it was. $1,025. No, I was way off. It would take a year to refresh. Which, realistically, the game probably couldn't even handle that. From what I'm aware of, the game calculates the value as a... No, it could. It could. It definitely could. When it calculates its value, it goes by the number of seconds. So the very first cooldown is 540 seconds. The next one is 540 plus, I think, 120, then plus 180. You know, all that stuff. So, that being the case, it probably wouldn't roll back over into the negatives until you got to, like, 2 billion, that one weird number. That'd be kind of cool, though, seeing a Dying Wish instantly cool down right after using it, because it's a negative value. Makes me wonder how it's coded. Is it like a... If the cooldown is less than or equal to, wait? Or is it like... Is it strictly just a less than? Because if it's a less than or equal... Actually, no, it wouldn't matter. It would matter if it's an equal to. 31104,000. Oh my gosh, yeah. Something like that, pretty much. I think that's what he put. Did he? Oh, he didn't put the seconds in there. He just did minutes, hours, days. It'd be a lot. Yeah, that's only 31 million seconds, so... You're well below that 32 unsigned integer, or not, it's oh man, I'm in a C++. I sent Q message, and then had to go right after. Do what? But you suck? Oh, thank you. You're so nice. You're so kind. I want to play Minecraft so badly right now. That's what I want to do.
The atmosphere was so dense in the Hadean that liquid water still existed on the surface, and it was also acidic. This hot water was able to dissolve a lot of elements into it, and this happened for millions of years. Plate tectonics had not started, and so there is no dry land, or at least no continents. I'll talk more about that in another episode, but since the Earth was basically smooth, the ocean covered...
Oh yeah, so the two perks I'm wanting to... So I'm going to have to trade... Right now I have Ethereal Razor and Time Slip. Ethereal Razor is in my brew slot, and Time Slip is in my soda. Whenever I turn on Pack-a-Punch and play in that room, I'll have to trade out my soda, which is Time Slip, for PhD, which is fine. I know I have to do that. But I'm trying to figure out what perk I should use in my brew slot. I can either use Time Slip, or I can use Bandolier Bandit. Bandolier Bandit gives me extra ammo for all of my weapons, which means I can camp in there longer. But Time Slip makes it where my cooldown on my... Or I have a shorter cooldown on my Wraithfire, so I can throw more of them. Both, regardless of which one I use, they're gonna... I'll play faster, but I don't know which one to use. That's the issue. Bandit... I want to test it. That's what I would need to do. I need to test it out and see which one is better. We'll do less ammo runs versus Time Slip will increase rates. Yeah. Bandit will do less ammo runs, but Time Slip means I would have to use less ammo overall because the Wraithfire will be down on the ground more percentage of a time. I'll be able to use them more often and therefore not use ammo more often. I just don't know which one is technically better, you know. It's like on Dead of the Night. Let's say you're running Dying Wish. Do you run Bandolier Bandit for more ammo in your Helion Salvo, or do you run Stamina Up so you can go get ammo faster? Both of them will make you faster, but which one is technically better? Is one safer? One's not really safer than the other. Because I'll be using Wraithfires, I'll be using ammo, everything will be the same. One won't be safer, really. It's just, I don't know which one is technically faster. Even if I can squeeze one more round throughout the entire game out of it, I want to do that. That's just, I want to be able to do that. I'm gonna have to probably test this stuff out sometime. I have Black Ops 4 on PC, so I can just use the one mod tool, and I'll test that stuff out. Thing is, I'll have to do it on, like, round 200 or something. This weekend, supposed to? Oh, Hibernate? Is Hibernate coming out this weekend, do you think? Or is that what he said? Oh, okay. Are you gonna play Tag or 9? I thought you said you're gonna play 9 first, right? You want me to test? I mean, I can test it. You don't have to test it. I have a computer free I can always use, so you don't have to. I can do it. I'll be at my dorm this week, and I'll have nothing but time, so I can always test it this week. So I can always do that. I won't have to worry about that for another 290 hours, so. I think Bandolier Bandit would be better as well, but I just want to double check and make sure. "56 hits to your back? Oh my gosh. Insane. Was good to use save ammo runs, and it is not, no. Is the overkill even good to use on insta-kill rounds in that room? I'm pretty sure it has no penetration, the bullets, right? Oh my gosh, you want to talk about a weapon that would be amazing on this map? The laser ray gun from from Alpha Omega. Oh my gosh, the laser ray gun on this map would go so hard for insta-kill rounds. That would be the best thing ever. You could tap fire it, spawn, kill them in the window. Yeah. You have regenerating ammo, so you could just keep tap firing it until you have a wraith fire. Throw that down. Oh my gosh, that'd be perfect. Left to recharge it. Yep, exactly. Your special weapon makes invisible zombies. Yeah. Okay. Pulling it away, yeah, very slow. You get hit. That's what I would assume. That special weapon takes forever to pull out and put away. I mean, you could always throw it, like run out of the room and throw it while you're doing so. And that would probably keep you safe for the most part, but you have to re-kill the zombies as you walk back in, because since they won't technically like fully die. Oh, you streamed it? Okay, yeah, I'll have to go check that out then. Oh. I got so much more time until I even get close to your round, zombie. It's gonna take forever. It's genuinely gonna take like 6 more weeks to even get to 450. I won't be there until like the end of March.
The entire surface. And this hot, dense atmosphere had no free oxygen. And for most of Earth's history, it was nearly all CO2. So how did this change? Let's go forward in time about 1 billion years. We are back in the Archean, and things
Round
have cooled
100 for me took about 2 hours and 40 minutes, I think. I'm not entirely sure. It was about 2 hours and 40 minutes, though. I can't really use the heli. A lot of the beginning, I think it's like I didn't get to round 30 until maybe 33 minutes. Normally I could do that in like 20. Or just above 20. Like 20, 22. But because I could only use the Tundra gun because I'm on hardcore, the zombie's health always increases. I couldn't use the Helion because it didn't do enough damage. I also had to do a bunch of side Easter eggs as well. Like, I had to do the yellow snowball side Easter egg. I had to do some of the challenges to get more snowball capacity, stuff like that. I mean, all that stuff is irrelevant now, because it's insta-kills, but... Ancient Evil soon? I don't know, maybe. Do you have ZWC4 going on? If you want to go and try and beat anyone on that. It's a 163 hardcore speedrun. I think you'd like that. Maybe. You have a world record in that? Yeah, but you gotta, like, beat them even further, though. That way they definitely don't get it. Plus, maybe money? Is tag the highest you can achieve by reset? I think so, yes, it is. I don't know. Let me check real quick. I think it is. It might be Dead of the Night if you play a specific way. Well, here's what I'm like. Well, I'm thinking like classics, not with like megas and everything. I'm thinking classics only. That's why. Yeah, yeah, that's easily 7. I'm thinking classics though. I know Dead of the Night. If you did the infinite ammo Easter egg and played in the billiards room, I think it would be Dead of the Night by about 40 rounds. Or it could be Ancient Evil as well. Yeah, potentially. Given you got perfect dog luck with like your with Luna always supplying you with the max ammo. I think you could do it on that map as well. It's hard to say, though. Like, this map here, the max you can get is going to be about 640. If you get really good luck, maybe 650. But I doubt that. So there is room for improvement. Yes, there is room for improvement. 100%. Yes. I don't know how I shot that. We're gonna use this now. Yeah, every map there is room for improvement by far. The only map that I don't really think anyone will ever play again is going to be Hardcore Ancient Evil because White Reggie absolutely annihilated that map. He has like a 528 on it. That game was 411 hours. So, I don't think anyone's going to be playing a game like that anytime soon. But it is technically beatable still. You can beat it. By probably about 50 rounds. And he played, if you played with the Exalted Gauntlet as well, you could beat that by probably 100 plus rounds. Oh, Zombie, I'm thinking about it. You know how your idea of the crash on Ancient Evil being that you use the blood hand against that one wall, and then like the catalyst and all that respawning on the other side of the wall cause it to crash? I'm thinking about it now. There could be like a definitive way to test that and like guarantee with it. If we got someone like Scrappy or something to make a mod that disabled specifically that spawn only, you could test that easily. You could probably time scale that and test it. Because I assume that's got to be possible. And that would be another, like, major... If we could find that one out, that would be another major, error solved. Black Ops 6 and Cold War? Black Ops 6, I don't think we know a thing about. I don't think it really matters on Black Ops 6 because of the save and quit, though. Save and quit kind of doesn't... It means it's kind of meaningless to an extent. Mainly just because... Like, the big reason resets always ever happened was because you've been in the game for so long. But if you can just save and quit, all that stuff kind of gets reset as you load back into the game. Although, I guess there still could, if you were connected to the server for long enough, there could be a reset. That would be interesting to kind of see what it is. I don't think it would ever come into play almost ever. Maybe for a co-op game, if anything, but it likely would never actually matter in a game. But it'd be kind of cool to see, though. As for Black Ops 6, or Cold War, it doesn't really matter on any of the maps as well, except for Outbreak. Outbreak, I want to, I don't know what it is. From what I've heard, it's the same as Black Ops 4. It's going to be 522 hours. But I don't know for sure. And that could come into play on things like Outbreak, though. But that's also assuming that every time you load into a new map, that you know, entity variable or whatever it is doesn't get reset. Whatever causes it to crash at 522. I wonder about Vanguard as well. I really wonder what the max round cap for Vanguard is. I bet it's 999.
Temperature would have been around 80 degrees C. And while the oldest banded iron formation started to form 3.8 billion years ago, we start to see another type of layered formation in rock starting about 3.5 billion years ago. This is an example of one from Western Australia. And we see these structures in the rock record throughout history, from this time all the way to modern. These are Proterozoic in age from the Kona Formation in Upper Peninsula, Michigan. Here is one from the Eocene, Green River Formation in Utah. You can see the layers as well as like this mounded shape. And there are modern ones still being produced in a few places on Earth. These are from Shark Bay in Western Australia. They are relatively rare today, but when banded iron formations were forming, they were widespread and abundant. These structures are called stromatolites, and they are actually created by bacteria, and they are one of the earliest records of life on the planet. Let's look at an example. This clay is representing a bed of sediment, and I'm going to use these tiny
and those
seagrass
doesn't really matter
models
too much,
to
sadly.
represent some cyanobacteria and sulfur.
It would be kind of cool if they did, though. That would be really cool if they did. I want to see someone try and break the Outbreak world record at some point. It's like World 2300 or something like that. The only issue with that is that you have to not come across the game-ending bug in that entire 200-hour game, which is incredibly rare to not have something happen in that amount of time. But, you know, could happen. Maybe.
Producing bacteria. So they don't get moved around by the water, they secrete a sticky substance. But the water also has a bunch of other sediment in it, and that gets stuck to them also. They are photosynthetic, so they try to grow up to access the light, and the mound gets a little bit taller. This keeps happening and you accumulate these layers of sediment getting stuck together. These layers are recording some change in the environment, maybe it's season or some other event that is changing the productivity and or the sediment in the water. Since they are photosynthetic, the ones that are higher up would get a little bit more light and do a little bit better. I'm just using a normal distribution curve here for this slice, but this was happening all over the shallow oceans. If you were to do something like this in 3D, you would end up with all of these hills and valleys that look something like this. The top side of the earlier sample kind of shows this pattern.
I have
There are
no
many
idea.
shapes these stromatolites can take.
It
and the ones I have
is-
over here in the diorama are
It's
modeled
a video by it's a Minecraft video by a guy called Genesis Name. He's a geologist in real life. So what he's doing is he's comparing the like iron deposits and all that stuff in Minecraft to the real world ones. The video is called Geology of Minecraft: Iron Ore, Facts and Fiction. It's kind of interesting.
to the near shore.
It's about
one
half
in
an
Shark
hour.
Bay, Australia. This paper from 2012 talks about the different shapes and the factors that control them. And now here's the cool part. These bacteria were releasing oxygen as a byproduct, which actually would have been a poison to most of the life on Earth at the time. And that hot acidic water had a lot of iron dissolved in it. And when an oxygen atom meets an iron atom, they bond to form iron oxide, basically rusting. And this new molecule can't stay dissolved in water, so it drops out of solution and sinks to the ocean floor. And like I said, these stromatolites were everywhere. They kept putting out oxygen, and the dissolved ions in the water kept reacting. This is what banded iron formations are, a record of the oceans rusting for nearly 2 billion years, almost half of Earth's entire history. So banded iron formations stopped being produced because the oceans ran out of dissolved iron, or at least on this sort of scale. This allowed oxygen levels to build up in the oceans and then to start degassing into the atmosphere, where it then started oxidizing everything on land for the next billion years. Only after all of that did O2 levels in the atmosphere start to really increase to the levels that could support animal life. In some locations, you can find stromatolites preserved in banded iron formations. This one here is probably my favorite example for my favorite type of rock. I hope you enjoyed our trek to the past. Let's go back to the ore world, and we'll talk a little bit about my ideas for what I would change with Minecraft iron ore. We already talked about veins a bit, so what about where the rest of the iron ore forms? Banded iron formations can be these huge structures, and I definitely don't think they need to be added into the game. Unless it was only found in like a rare biome. Maybe something like a calcite vein, but in an old taiga forest or something. I would really love it if there was more variation of rock type by biome and depths, and not just stone everywhere with blobs in it, and then a horizontal line separating stone from deep slate. In real life, there are some small deposits of iron, similar to the ones we find
Yeah,
in
pretty
Minecraft.
much.
These are some
You're
pieces
exactly
that I
right.
found when I was working
I've
in
watched
Australia last
some
year.
absolute
I
just
would often find these
odd
little
stuff
pieces
on
of
this
hematite in the streams
'cause it's
that
on
weathered
board.
out of the local rocks. I also found this really cool vein that was only a few inches thick, and it really reminded me of Minecraft iron ore. So personally and geologically, I think the blobs are okay. There are trade-offs between realism and gameplay, and it's hard to find that balance, especially when different players would like different things. Let's talk about the actual blocks themselves. Iron ore has gone through some changes since it was added to the game. These are the original textures for the ore and the iron block. The block of iron quickly changed to what we have now, and the ore had minor adjustments until 1.17. Raw iron and deep slate varieties were added, and they also made each ore have a unique texture instead of just being colored differently. The iron ore went through a few revisions until we ended up with what we have now, and I like the version on the right, but for some reason, it doesn't feel right for Minecraft. Maybe it's because the iron vein is slightly diagonal? I'm not sure. The bean block adjustments were basically just adjusting how big the pieces were. As of 1.21, these are the textures. I'm not really sure what the specific type of iron ore we are supposed to be mining is. It's this desaturated light orange. Maybe some could call it a desaturated rusty color. And it's an iconic color for what people expect in the game. But many of the ores we mine in real life can have more of a reddish orange color. So if I could change it, I think I would want to make it a little bit more two-tone, like the copper ore, by adding more red. You don't want to go too rusty because we have copper, and you don't want to go too red because we already have redstone. But I think my attempt is visually distinct between these three. Which brings me to the last point. Should iron rust in the game? We
No.
have copper and it oxidizes.
No.
So should iron rust with a similar mechanic?
Nope.
Personally, I don't think that it's necessary.
No.
Copper oxidizing makes that family unique and more interesting. but it also adds a lot of clutter to the inventory with all the blocks, the oxide states, the waxed and unwaxed varieties. Color-wise, I don't know if we need more orange colors. I am curious though, so let's go look at the color world. Iron blocks are up here, and if they rusted, they would end up going down close to where red sand is, or maybe darker. There aren't many other blocks in that path that you would use in survival builds, so maybe. But if you add rust, then you probably need to have some gameplay mechanics that go with it, and I don't know what that is. But I do have a different idea. Almost everything in the game is called iron, except for flint and steel. Steel is an alloy of iron. It has carbon in it, which improves its strength. Most of the iron we use in real life is steel. And the iron we have in the game has two forms. There is the bright color of iron armor, doors, rails, and then there are the dark colors for anvils, cauldrons, and hoppers. To me, this looks like iron or cast iron, and the other looks like steel. I know that's not actually true, but that's what I think when I see these. I think the block of iron should look like iron. I have not thought about this much, but maybe even just add steel into the game and then split out the two families. It's also no coincidence that it looks like a block of netherite, everybody's favorite block they can't build with. Okay, and there is one more thing that I've wanted to do for a long time, and that is make real-life versions of these blocks. For the iron ore, I'm going to use this sample of the stromatolite biff. I have this big oil saw to cut everything up.
What on earth?
For a raw iron block, I'm going to use this piece of nearly pure hematite. And I actually forgot to record cutting any of this. For the iron block, I have this chunk of steel. And I could just take it to a machine shop and ask them to make a smaller cube for me, but that feels like cheating. So I'll just try to do it with what I have in my garage. So this cube is now my favorite thing. It's a record of early life, the creation of Earth's iron ore, the great oxygenation event. It's beautiful and incredibly satisfying to hold. The raw iron block broke while I was cutting it, but I still think it's great. The iron cube, which is actually steel, is also incredibly satisfying to hold. I didn't get rid of all the cutting marks because I like things when they have a little bit of texture on them. The three of them now sit on my desk, and I think I want to do this for all blocks going forward. Don't ask me how I'm going to be doing a diamond block. That's a future nice problem. And with that, that's the end of the episode. I hope you all have a nice day, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
This is a Hermitcraft episode? No way.
You're all doing well. That is an incredible build. Those balloons are the best things I've ever seen in my entire life. Why is Scar my neighbor? I really do love the guy. Like, he's a fantastic chap. But everything that he makes is breathtakingly beautiful. And that's awesome. Unless you live next door and exist in direct comparison to him. I mean, imagine having Scar as your right-hand neighbor, Joel as your left-hand neighbor, and then BOO as your front-hand neighbor. I'm trying my best. I really am. Anyway, in today's Hermitcraft episode, we are not going to be doing any of that building stuff. We're going to be back working on the industrial district. In the previous Hermitcraft episode, we built up this enormous sugarcane farm, and I've got a few things that I need to mention about this before we begin. I got quite a large number of comments telling me I was stupid for using sand and that I should have just used dirt for the sugarcane farm because sugarcane does not grow faster on sand. And I am very aware of this fact. I am very aware of the fact that what you place the sugarcane on does not affect the growth rates. I just prefer the look of sand. I hate the look of a sugarcane farm that is made of dirt. I would much rather it have this texture. Now, it also turns out when you place a water source on a slab here and then a water source on a slab here, they will actually create an infinite water source as long as there are blocks underneath the slab. That I actually didn't know. And finally, for the most embarrassing one, Yeah, I got the crafting recipe for paper wrong, but I'm gonna make it okay with a bit of a flex. You see, when it comes to Hermitcraft farms, and especially industrial district farms, they produce so many items that I don't need to even know the crafting outputs of any specific crafting recipe, because I have so many items that it doesn't even make a difference. And on that note, it is time for us to make our new farm. And that, of course, is a gigantic bamboo farm. I mentioned it in the previous Hermitcraft episode. I want to make a gigantic bamboo farm because with the crafter, that is just a fantastic way to get an incredibly large number of planks. Now, I want this thing to be absolutely massive and be hooked up to an automatic crafter with various different options for how I want the bamboo to be crafted. It seems like a really fun and interesting project, but there is an incredibly boring part to do. I mean, it wasn't boring last time I did it, but that is the problem. The way that you build up a bamboo farm is basically exactly how you build up a sugarcane farm. So I've got a lot of slabs, a lot of rails, a lot of dirt, and a lot of bamboo to place. Is Joel trying to do the strangest advertising campaign of all time? I mean, it's probably working. I've never thought about Joel so much in my entire life. I think it's time I do a bit of a time lapse so that you can't see my chat. And the whole process of building this thing went incredibly smoothly. I guess because it was in recent memory, given that I had just built the sugarcane farm, this bamboo farm went up like a breeze. Now, in terms of the dimensions, as I was planning this thing out, I started to think, what would be the simplest way of doing this? And the main complexity with these farms, although they are really quite simple, the main complexity comes with the flying machines. And I worked out that the largest flying machine that we could possibly have is 20 blocks across, so I based the size of the farm on that. So this thing is 20 blocks wide. It goes the full length of the industrial district, or around about. I have no clue what the dimensions are, but I'm sure someone can work them out down in the comments section. And having only one flying machine means that we only really need a small amount of redstone to actually control it, because the flying machine itself triggers the minecart travelers down underneath, so that's all sorted and done for. All we have to do is have a redstone clock hooked up to the activator of the single flying machine, and that is everything. The rest of it is just large amounts of area covered in either rails, dirt, or bamboo. But as I say, all of this is the easy stuff. The main issue that I have to deal with is getting items out of the farm. You see, this farm produces a ridiculous quantity of items. I mean, obviously bamboo can grow incredibly tall, so with the first sweep of this thing, 100% all of the hopper mine carts are going to get filled out. All of those items need to get out of the farm somehow, and then also we then need to keep up with the demands of the bamboo farm itself, which I imagine should be fine for the hopper mine carts to deal with, but still, there are 20 rows of hoppers that are outputting items here. That is so many items. And to be honest with you, it's led me to do some thinking. Oh my goodness, it is now the next morning. Joel is back at it again. I'm going to make the assumption that this is to do with Ravager Rush or some form of minigame on the server. I will be checking it out. It sounds hilarious. It also sounds like a challenging time. But anyway, this thinking that I've been doing, you see, we've got a lot of items being outputted here. This was running just while I was doing the bits of testing. This is probably more bamboo than I'll ever need. I think it would be smart if we actually segment all of the item output to do different things. So we've got the crafters. If we use crafters to make planks out of 90% of this, because I think that's the majority of what I'm going to be using this farm for. If we do that, that will make my life quite simple, and then we'll have a little section that just turns them into bamboo blocks for decoration. I like the way they look. And then maybe the final couple can be for raw bamboo and sticks, potentially. That seems like a smart way of doing things that doesn't require any multi-tiered auto crafters or selection of things that, frankly, I'm not really going to use. Oh, I've managed to log out while this thing is running. This is the only issue with flying machine-based farms, but thankfully they can be fixed pretty easily. The only one that's annoying on it is a melon and pumpkin farm, because they have slightly more complicated components inside of them. But that aside, let's get to crafting. And to save myself some embarrassment, I'm actually going to check the crafting recipes this time. Okay, so that makes a ton of sense. And then I guess in my head, it's a few of those. Oh, okay, the crafting recipe is different from what I expected. How am I still so bad at this game? I've been playing it for over 12 years. Wait, I've just thought, what did I even think the crafting recipe for planks would be? It's the same as any other plank. I don't even have an excuse. This is how you make planks. You're just getting less planks. I'm embarrassed. For some reason in my head, it was almost like the crafting bench crafting recipe. Just because I thought that would be better balanced, as it's really easy to get lots and lots of bamboo. But I'm extremely happy it is this way. So the first part of the process was moving all of the bamboo out of all of these chests, and I thought it would be smart to craft them up into blocks of bamboo. This is quite a lot. Next thing is I have to remove all of these chests, and it feels really nice to know that I can just let these things drop onto the ground.
There we go. 404. Alrighty. Map is so dark, man. I won't even get my first one. I'll have to use that. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm done for now. I'm done. I will come back and play later. Oh, man.